What's up? How we doing? Welcome to the stream. First time on the channel. We're live. Good to see everybody. Let's get a quick roll count in the chat. I'm gonna wait for this live chat to catch up. I've got the stream open on one side. I'll go through my charts in a second, but as a way to introduce myself, my name's Jaws, Alex, Palmetto. Got a few names, go by a lot. Again, first time on the channel, pretty excited. And that's all I gotta say. I heard you guys had the all-day stream with Matt. That was pretty cool. Let me open up chat real quick just so I can see it. So I had it open, but then it closed. But it looks like we're live. That's good. Kill the sound. Eerie forehead's looking better. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the shout. That was hilarious. Takes a real friend to call someone out like that, though. I appreciate it. That's so funny. Matt had a way to pop this chat out. I want to figure out how to do that later. Maybe we'll walk through that. But we've got about 30 seconds to the market opens for Globex. And before that happens, I want to quickly, and I'll go through all this later, but I want to quickly go through my charts, what you're looking at, what you're going to see. Sounds good. Okay, Liam, levels sound good. We're not whispering tonight. What's up, Matt? Sick. So on this side, 7 seconds to market open. I wonder if we get a gap too because of all the news. This side, we've got my 30-minute chart. This has volume profile. Oh, I should start. I'm using Motive Wave if you couldn't tell. This is what Motive Wave looks like. And I don't have a stream deck for a bell, but ding, 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 we're live. So you've got Motive Wave here. I have my workspace set up pretty simple, like nothing crazy, honestly. Prior session, we closed very close to the lows, kind of just a big downtrend all day. And we did sweep the target I was talking about during the day. So that's pretty cool to see. Glad it played out. We're trading right back up towards, so these yellow lines or these orangish lines are an LVN. What's up, Hayden? These yellow lines are an LVN. I've got volume profile right here as well. I'll get into the DOM in a second. That's a little bit more involved. This is a 250 volume chart, but I do want to scale that down to like a 75 real quick, just so we can see kind of more of what's happening. For context, I am trading down here. It doesn't say Lucid, but this is a Lucid 25K. And we are pushing into what looks like yesterday's point of control, actually. So that's very interesting to me. I'm not a huge, like, just start ripping trades immediately. But, I mean, if it sets up, it sets up. I want to say clarity should be good. Never seen Motive Wave before. Now you have. I want to say clarity should be good. My OBS side looks good. Should be 1440. If it's not 1440, let me know, please. Because I'd like for it to be 1440. No way, is that Gary? Let me reload my charts real quick. It looks like I've still got Delta saved from prior day's session. So for Motive Wave, quick tutorial moment, in case you're ever looking to clear your chart, right-click the chart, clear local data, hit yes. And it takes a second to load 8K quality. Can Jaws get this account funded? We'll see, dude, we'll see. All right, big Motive Wave moment right off the bat. The DOM's not supposed to look like this. Just be straight up with y'all. I don't know what I'm looking at here. This is all prior day's data, which shouldn't be here, which is hilarious. So that's a hot start for Motive Wave right off the bat. Anyways, let's go back to the 30-minute. So the 30-minute chart, volume profile, basic candles, nothing crazy. Yellows are HVNs or high volume nodes. Yeah, Hans, that sounds awesome. We'll get to that in a sec. Let me catch up on the chat too. Yellows are high volume nodes, and I've got a volume chart down here for execution. These blue lines are +2, -2 standard deviations. This white line is VWAP, so standard deviations off VWAP. And that's about it. I mean, I try to keep it pretty simple. This is an NQ chart, cross-trading to MNQ. That way I don't have to oversize and trade a full mini on an account with $1,000 in drawdown. Sounds like a good way to lose the account pretty quickly. We do have a small gap to the downside too. I expect that we'll fill this at some point, but just for the sake of of not getting blown up 3 minutes into the session. I won't take it. All right, let's catch up on the chat. Foff, that was a reference to something we were talking about before the stream. I thought it was Tradester for a sec. Nah. I haven't gotten the sneak peek at Tradester yet, but from what I've heard, it's pretty sweet. I don't have them posted anywhere. But that's not impossible to do. I do have it saved. I can maybe send it at some point later. Can you maybe walk us through your general trade ideas? Matt, for example, uses cumulative delta, VWAP, etc., and a lot, and usually goes for base hits. So I use some of the same tools. Like volume profile is a pretty standard tool across trading in general, from what I've seen. Same thing with VWAP. That's like a pretty, if you want to call it, standard thing to see across a lot of platforms and a lot of traders, I think personally. So what I look to do, and I've recently seen this a lot during Globex Open, like you'll see it kind of off the start before everything expands, because as there's more volume and more movement, these bands will expand a lot and you'll start to see larger rotations within them. Because right now we're what, 5 minutes into the open, so not much has happened yet, although we have already moved about 30 something points. So I look to trade kind of within those bands, ideally like a reclaim or a test. This is a good example, honestly, of a lower band, especially now because we're in a pretty big bull market, getting a test of the lows on the band back to VWAP, and then larger target would be up into like upper band, so 70s here. And I definitely look for these high volume nodes. So like prior day's point of control, I really like to take trades off of those levels, because that's where a lot of volume has happened, right? That's where a lot of other participants are participating in the market. So as a very small fish, following the footsteps of the larger institutions is generally what you want to do from what I've seen. Again, that's my personal opinion, way of trading it. You do you, right? But as of right now, not a ton to do other than sit and wait. I will be interested to see what happens as we continue trading this POC. I think it was really interesting that on the prior day's session, on overnight, so 1 a.m. for me, I'm Eastern time, we took out the prior day's low, kept going, found this HVN, and then during the day, tried to take these longs. And I know a few people were taking these longs. I know Sweaty was taking longs from here, targeting all the way back up here, probably like prior days HVNs and point of controls. That didn't end up playing out. We sold for what looks like the entire afternoon roughly, and all the way back into this prior day's low from July 9th. So that was, there's a 13, 4 days ago. That was like Friday, I think. No, Thursday? I don't know. I'm bad with dates. At this point, I think it'd be interesting to test and reject this 29 480s area and take a short from there, targeting the lows down here, like 29 380. So roughly a 100-point trade on like 1 to 2 micros. That's pretty manageable. That's roughly what I'd want to see. See if it happens, see if it plays out. But that's what I'm looking at right now. What's up, Silver? Interesting time frame to trade. Yeah, Globex trading recently has been pretty nice, I think. Um, you've seen a lot of good movement in Globex. It's slower for sure. Like you're not going to get these, unless there's news or Trump's talking, you're not going to get these huge moves that you normally see during RTH. But it's a good time to trade, I think. You just have to be patient. That's all. I mean, that just goes for trading in general. Just wait and be patient. Find something you like. Find something that makes sense. Don't just pull the trigger on random trades that you know, have an itch to gamble and you're like, oh, this looks like a great idea. Let me just throw my account away. Nihal, this is not Tradester. I don't have the sneak peek on Tradester for y'all yet. I'm sorry. Coming soon, though. Coming soon. Let's see, what are we looking at? 115 people watching. What up, 150, 116 people now? What up, 116 people? Oh, I lost my chat. How do I open panel? Nice. You can't tell, I'm still getting used to how to use all this. Do I trade like Matt? I definitely learned futures from Matt, so to speak. He is part of the reason I traded futures in the first place. So that's pretty cool. But do I trade exactly like him? I don't think so. I think we use slightly different tools and a different way of using those tools, I want to say. And I also tend to look for larger trades, not dollars wise, but points wise. So Matt is very disciplined on the base hits portion of like take your 10, take your 20, get out. I just talked through the idea of like looking for a 100-point trade from roughly 480 into 380 into the lows and maybe continuation below. I'd say that's pretty different, but you know, draw your own conclusion. Matt, who is this man? Five Limbs Media. My name's Jaws. Welcome to the channel. Tack, you have sound artifacts. What does it sound like? I've only got gain coming up once I'm talking, so as far as my end goes, I think we're good. I can drop my gain a little bit if needed. Botan, the plan is to stand for 5 hours. Day job wise, I sit all day. So having the opportunity to stand and not be like compressed into a little box in my little chair, I'm interested in seeing how it goes. If I really am like just getting tired, then you know, I'll find a chair. I've got like a stool, but for the meantime, I would be interested in standing. Sounds good. Okay, sick. Jamie, why'd you redact that? Yeah, I'll get music on in a second. I've got Spotify pulled up. Yeah, Jamie, I'll throw on some music in a second. Let me open Spotify. I've got Stream Beats Synthwave if everyone's feeling that. Let me know if you can hear that. Should be able to. It's coming through on my music side. It might just be really quiet. Nah, Roman, no copyright here. Stream Beats. Yeah, Anthony, this is a volume candle chart. So this is 75 volume, and I've got the other saved up here. Alternate between like 75 and 250 usually. 250 for a larger view, 75 for when I'm looking drilled in like this. We never actually wicked 480. It would have been nice to see us trade above that. Maybe we still will though, very possible. It's very low, but still there. Okay, let's crank it by a few decibels. How we doing there? Also, if it's your first time here, if you're not used to seeing this stream trading on Globex, welcome everybody. Make sure to like the stream. Subscribe if you're feeling like it. Never hurts. Brett, we'll get into DJ Jaws in a little bit. Not right now. We got to figure that out still, honestly. Copyright's a big thing, obviously. If anything, it'll be like just a dedicated copyright stream where we're just like, all right, the whole thing's axed because it's copyright, just play whatever. And then I do also have this guy. This little Arturia mini lab. This is pretty fun. The cool thing about that is that it's not copyright because that's me playing it. What up, Rick? Okay, music's a little better. How many trades do I normally take in a session? Depends. It really depends. Just depends on what's there, I guess. I mean, that's the only way to say it. What up, Ryan? If we've got good opportunity, if we've got things that actually look risk-wise like a good trade, then I will take them. send bits to prove it. But we've got options for music too, so if you get bored of synthwave, let me know. There's other stream beats we can choose. All right, now that we've got some time, they're the basic introductions, and I'll probably go through this again in a little bit. We've got 125 watching, so if we get to 250 people, I will if we get to 250, I will kind of go through everything again, just because, you know, first time here, say what's up. Tell us how you started. Let me get through this DOM first, and then we'll get to that, because the story is interesting, I think. So on the right, I've got the DOM. Normally, it doesn't look like this. Emotivewave decided to bug out today, which is awesome. Great start. This section here from 480 to 435, that's what it normally looks like. That's what we're kind of expecting. Everything else here, and I tried reloading, but I can try again. Or maybe I reload the DOM. Is that a thing? Stand by. No. Let's try reloading again. Normally those red bars aren't there because that's prior session's data. Yeah, it's still there. That's just a Motivewave issue. I don't know what the deal is. But that's prior session's data. So everything you're seeing here doesn't really, not that it doesn't matter, but it's not indicative of Globex session today. From 480 to 435, that's what we're looking at is currently traded right now. That's what just happened within the last 15 minutes and 13 seconds since we've opened. And then as far as what I look to use the DOM for, I am looking at the DOM for large sellers or large buyers kind of building inside of an area. And there's not a really good example of it right now, but when it pops up, I will definitely get into that. But like when you have for a low, for example, if you trade below yesterday's low or something. Yeah, what Ryan said, hit the like button. If you trade below the low and you see a bunch of sellers showing up here, like this negative 52 red bar, this negative 25 red bar, that's all sellers that have hit the bid there. So market sells that are causing delta on that side to go up. So delta is the difference between net market buyers and net market sellers. You have more sellers, you have a negative delta. You have more buyers, you have a positive delta. Like you see up here at 470, 113 net buyers there. So what I'll look to use that for is a lot of selling coming into a low or a lot of buying coming into a high that isn't getting through that area. You're seeing a lot of aggression to move through that spot, but you never end up trading through it. Can mean there's a large passive seller or buyer there, and you might want to participate with them. All right, tell us how you started trading. So, and I've got the picture to prove this, which is hilarious, but I lived with two roommates in college. They were both pre-meds. They studied all the time. I was a business major, so I studied less of the time than, you know, relative to a pre-med. And I was just keeping them company one night when they were studying. This is like 2 a.m. or something. And I'm just on my laptop in the room with them, just chilling, chatting it up. And they're busy locked in. So I'm like watching YouTube, scrolling stuff, just looking for a random thing to find and watch. And I saw one of Matt's live streams or one of his videos. I forget exactly which. I want to say it was a live stream though, that had been posted before, previously pop up. And I just clicked on it, started watching it, and kind of just got interested in futures trading from there. I was like, hey, this looks pretty cool. Started watching Matt's streams. That's where I picked up futures trading. Bounced around a little bit, looked at a lot of different ways to trade. So Matt is obviously well known for like the base hit style. I looked at some other traders. That's where I got into volume profile. Looked at the ways they trade, specifically the way they use volume profile. There's a lot of great traders out there, and there's a lot of good ways to use trading and use certain tools. It really just comes down to finding what makes it the most sense to you. And since then, it's just been a grind, you know, like it really is just about showing up every single day, ready to improve, ready to be a little bit better than the day before. Don't expect too much, you know, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Which, out of curiosity, anyone here run marathons? Could be an interesting chat. I'm running a marathon in September that I'm pretty excited about. Probably need to prep my runs a little more though. Silver. So I'm going to do, it's pretty tame right now. So probably 2 to 3 micros depending on the trade right now. This is a 25K Lucid eval. So I want to, I prefer not to torture myself. This is a 25K Lucid eval. So the goal and the reason the stream title is, can this get to funded, or can he get funded, or whatever it was. Can this account get funded, is we're going to take this account from eval into funded, and then from funded to payout. That's the goal. Just did a half in April. Yeah, dude, halves are fun. I did the Brooklyn half marathon a while ago. 2.5 years ago now. It's crazy. That one was awesome, though. Yeah, this is just one eval for now. In case you haven't seen, Matt is using a few different accounts now, a few different firms. I personally like all of them. I think Lucid's a great option. The other account I've got ready to go is a Tradeify account. And then down the line, we'll move into some Apex, probably end of day accounts and a TPT account. Still deciding on the TPT one, which one I like the best. So far, I'm just going to be running this Lucid. This is a Pro, I believe. We are pinned pretty sideways off the open so far, too. Steezy, I do not use weekly or monthly view apps. I messed around with an anchored view app a while ago. I see the use for it. You have to be willing to take really big stops though. Like from what I saw at least, weekly view app is like I mean, you overshoot by like 200 points and the trade is still valid. Yeah, I saw you won that. Congrats, dude. GG's. That's awesome. Do I ever trade options? I do not. I looked at options during like the whole COVID GME rally. Past that, never really traded them. Yeah, I mean, I bought a few here and there, but I wouldn't say I was active about it. It was more of a, I have 200 bucks in my Robinhood. What looks cheap, let me buy it. Not a huge fan. If you want to like actually day trade options, definitely an option. But personally, I think I trade futures, so I'm going to be biased towards futures. Personally, I think you've got better benefits on futures than you do on options, but I also do know several people that use options data to trade futures. Why exactly do you use a volume chart? What are its benefits for your trading style compared to, say, a range chart or tick chart? Honestly, just preference. I don't have like a data-driven answer for you per se of like, I've tested this and really like the way it, the stats fit this. It's really just preference on how you want to view the market. Like I can throw on a range chart real quick just so you see what it looks like. I thought I had a range chart here. Guess not. Let's go with like a 40 range. So like this is what a range chart looks like. Sean, yeah, I know. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That, what is it? The other buzzwords are like Vanna, either flipping gamma, Vanna, charm. Very above my head kind of stuff. So this is what the range chart looks like. Again, it really comes down to preference. Like if this works for you, it works for you, that's great. I just personally kind of like the way that the volume chart shows price action better. That's just a me thing. So use what you want. Yeah, I mean, exactly right. Quite literally, yes. Market going up, probably there's more buyers. Market going down, there's probably more sellers. Very smart person once told me when volatility conditions are high, you enter where the stop run is, not where you think your entry should be. I gotta listen to that advice a lot more though. How does a volume chart work? I understand the range chart's well enough, but with volume. So with volume, I currently have this one set to a 75. So anytime you've got more than 75 transactions, more than 75 volume within a candle, so contracts traded, that's going to print or start a new candle. Tick charts are a little different. Tick charts are transactions. So let's say on this candle, this has not filled 75 contracts yet. As soon as 75 contracts at threshold hits, new candle starts. With tick charts, the difference is that you can have 1,000 volume within that candle, but if that 1,000 volume happened within one tick or one transaction, it won't print another chart until there's 75 transactions that have gone through. Trev, I tried clearing data. I honestly think I'm just going to have to close out of Motivwave entirely, which I will do at some point later when I switch to the Tradeify account. Maybe in like 2.5 hours or something, call it like that. I will close out of Motivwave. I'll go show y'all right now. I'll go big face for, and then switch over from Motivwave. Or from Motivwave one workspace to another. I don't have all the accounts inside of one workspace. I've got it connection by connection. But I have tried. It's I think it just needs a hard restart. DOMs on M and Q. It should be, oh, you're talking about this. This is my exit strategy. That's not what the DOM is showing. The DOM is linked to this chart, and this chart is on NQ, but it's set to cross trade to MNQ. This is my exit strategy. I just called it MNQ. Really, it should be called like 25 points or something because that's what it's set to. So this is interesting. We're coming into the second standard deviation. So at this point, I'm looking directly at this tail, and I really want, and I like that there's consolidation here. I really want to see large selling show up, like sub 40. If we get more large sellers trying to trade lower, I would be interested in things at like 36, 32-ish for a potential rotation back. But I've got to see a good tail because like I just talked about kind of towards the beginning of the stream, this daily chart, sorry, not daily, this 30-minute chart that's got my profiles separated out by the day. We opened below prior day's point of control right here at 479, and so far have looked like we're rejecting it. To me, that means we're going to go trade 385. So the first trade for me to look for was a short from up here, but we never actually traded that point of control. Not to say we won't still do so, but for right now, I want to be careful about longs because I think if we are going to slide into yesterday's low, which is only like 60 points away at this point, it's going to be pretty quick. But I think this, under a better context, like let's say instead of opening at prior day's low, we were opening at prior day's high, you know, invert this chart real quick, say we rallied the entire rest of the afternoon and we were opening like up here with prior day's high as a target, roughly 100 points away, that would be a long I'd be looking for. But just under current condition, I don't love it. Yeah, Georgie, I'll figure that out. I've got them saved as a workspace. If you use Motivwave, I think it literally just comes down to downloading the workspace and inputting it. Brett, I'm definitely not the OBS master. Shout out Danny, shout out Matt for that. Walk me through. That looks fine. My OBS like bugged for a second, but that looks fine. Brett, finish trades to your brother. I am not involved in that. You know that. I used to use Motivwave using Atas now. Sean, are you using Atas X? Like the Mac compatible one? I think it's not an online, but it's like Mac compatible. Or are you using Windows like original? Okay, got it, Brett. Thank you. This is a slower open than I've seen recently, for sure. Some of the opens recently have been pretty aggressive. Desktop, Sean, but like are you on Mac or Windows? Basically what I'm asking. Logic, this is a Lucid Pro. Eval though, not funded, eval. This is, I thought it was good. Figure it out later. Heyo, heyo. What's up, Space Riot 986? You're on Windows. Okay, so it's probably like the normal ATAS, not the new one. Just like a beta ATAS X, I think it's called. I know someone in the Discord was using it. I'm NQ, I should say, trying to go for new lows on the session so far. A little bit more of a walkthrough on the DOM. This changing number right here, this 1.5 going to 2 sometimes, that's the spread. So that is the difference between the best available bid and the best available ask, which is relevant when you're marketing in, marketing out, because anytime you market, you're crossing the spread. Meaning if I was to market in long right here, as soon as I press market, let's say this number is at 2, I am immediately 2 points in the hole. So it's definitely relevant, especially if you've got tight stops. If you have like a 20-point stop on a 2-point spread, that's what, 10% of your stop immediately is Thanos. Yeah, I really don't want to buy this here. I really don't want to buy this here. I just can't help but think we go for this low. The only thing that's tempting here is consolidation. Like this is an interesting block to consolidate out of. But you flip over volume-wise, there's some volume down here, but the majority, the most concentrated point of volume, so to speak, from yesterday at 480, we're still below. So if we reclaim this point of control at like 480, get above and get an opportunity to get long off of that area, I think the ideal target looks like 639, 640, which is a relatively large trade. I mean, 480 to 640, that's, do the math. The sound panel's new. Would you make some upgrades? Gary, I've been rebuilding the studio from scratch for the last like 5 days. They are new. They're definitely new. Which I'm thinking of, and let me know whether this is an interesting idea or not. This panel right here, this poster, that's my poster from the Charleston Bridge Run, or the Cooper River Bridge Run. That was a really fun race. If you're in that area at all, highly recommend it. Very cool. But I don't love the glare that we've got going on. Whoa, going on right here. So potentially thinking of a large kind of like acoustic panel similar to these that just have as a backdrop. Debating it on and off. But yes, they are new, to answer the question. Gary, make sure to like the button. Smash the like button, Gary. On all of your burner accounts, thank you. Just frame it differently. Yeah, Liam, that poster's there. Well, the thought process is I'll move this one over next to that and have that as like the DJ studio, and then throw the panels up here as like a consistent backdrop. But we'll see how it is. Watch it back maybe. Hey there, Dr. Swing. How we doing? Welcome in. For anyone that's just joining, my name is Jaws. Welcome to the channel. First time on. We'll be on regularly. Globex open, baby. 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, all the way to 11. I've never seen this before. This is a first for me, this whole issue with Motivwave right now. Tradester would never. But Motivwave will. Jamie, dude, how late you staying up? I'm going to let this figure itself out. I really do think we're going to sweep that low. At some point, we'll most likely throw on some KHG as well. See what's going on there. See if I can get a high score today. Probably not. Yuri had like 5, but early start. Dude, make sure you sleep. Sleep's important, dog. What Brett said. Six, but yeah, 5. How was everyone's day today? Let me know. It looked like an interesting day in the market. A lot of movement, especially RTH, if you trade RTH. Which trading style do I use? The one that hopefully makes money. That's the one. No, but on a reel. Kind of just walked through it earlier, but I'm sure this question will come up a lot. These orange and yellow lines are HVNs, meaning high volume nodes, so just areas where there was a lot of volume. And if anyone's curious, these are my settings for it. That, and then this. Yeah, this is Nasdaq. And a volume profile to me, who asked that question? Dr. Swing. Volume profile to me is just a way to read the market outside of just like, you know, price. Price is only half the story, volume's the other half, right? So in combination, you want to see the whole picture. Sure, price tells us that we've been going down. If you look at the prior day, price went down, great. But you want to know where those key inflection points are. So like during RTH, we had an initial attempt to bid off of like 520s, 530s, failed, traded below it, retested it a few times, you can see here, before trading lower, swept out that low from, like I said, July 9th, almost to January. And then as of right now, we're still below prior days kind of significant volume. As of right now, for trades to take, I don't think I'm going to get the short off of this, if I'm being totally honest. I think that's kind of gone. Unfortunately, it didn't really set up the best that I was looking for. I would have really liked to see this chart specifically trade a bit higher into it and kind of wick above 480, 490, 495-ish before trading back down. And at that point, get short as we reclaim that point of control. As of right now, I think if we sweep this low at 386, we also have a point of control from prior days here that's already been traded, but still valid, lining up right about at that low. So that would be my next inflection point. If we sweep that low and reclaim it, I would be very interested in a long. Other than that, I think it's just a wait on the hands. Yeah, Ryan, for sure. Some of the Globex opens recently have been popping, which, you know, we're 37 minutes in, got a long way to go. But like if you look back at, I mean, even yesterday's Globex, which I guess it was Sunday post-weekend news, opening candle was 980 to 850, 130-ish points. And then we had this pop higher before a pretty big sell around 9 o'clock my time. Hopefully we get something similar. Yeah, CPI too. Market just waiting for news. Mostfa, my first time here, welcome. Welcome in. My name is Jaws. Welcome to the channel. We streaming Globex opens from 6 p.m. Eastern to 11 p.m. Eastern, or 5 p.m. if you're Central. Yeah, welcome in. Just hanging out. What are we analyzing on? Sir, this is the Nasdaq. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm trading Forex. Can I compare it with you? I mean, sure. What do you got to share? I can't wait to hear what Amy sounds like. Amy's a cool dude. I think y'all should tune into his stream for sure. Assuming it's not like 3 a.m. for you and you're asleep, in which case, you know, get your beauty sleep. Cautiously green, Vic. Nice. Mine was good. Anthony, nice. Break even day. Skid steer. That's not bad at all. Break even means the accounts are alive and in good shape. We like that. How's my day today? Was I able to sleep last night? Yeah, right. I slept fine. My sleep score last night wasn't great. I didn't get as much sleep as I wanted to. Got the Garmin on, tracks my sleep and all. What do we get? We got a 70. Lower than I've recently been. Recently, I've been like clocking 90s, which is awesome. That's always fun. Sleep coach is telling me to get an extra 30 minutes of sleep today. Oh, Jamie's still here? Dude. Do you trade your personal account? Nihal, I have a personal. I really just use it for data as of right now. I'm going to focus on the props first and try to take these to payout all on stream would be the goal. But I do have a personal. I don't know if anyone here has ever traded personal versus eval. The general process, general process, and Matt has a great video on this, but like the kind of blueprint, the path of a day trader is like before you do anything, paper trade, learn how to click the button, learn what each button does. You know, don't just go in slinging money around. That's just a great way to donate money to the market. That's not what we're here to do. And then after you have a good feel for one, how your platform works, that's ground zero for sure. Once you've got a good feel for that, look into maybe a prop eval as a way to kind of dip your feet in, have a little bit of money at risk. Like you can get evals now for between 50 to 100 bucks based on the sale. Code TBM for best discount available at Tradeify, Lucid, Apex, TPT. And then as you get better with that eval, try to get it to funded, right? Pass your profit target, keep the risk limits in check. And then from there, goal is to get paid. It's at the end of the day, we're just here to get paid, right? It's not real till it's in your bank. All right, peace, Yuri. Oh yeah, text. Jamie's hopping on at 5 a.m. for you. That is tough. I was telling Jamie, his stream starts right as I'm waking up for my workout. So first thing we're gonna end up doing is just hopping in chat and saying what's up. Yeah, Hector's extremely British. I'm saying 5 your time, I think, right? Because he starts at 6 a.m. my time. I don't think he's starting. I mean, I don't know. Jamie can tell you, but he probably knows the schedule better than I do. I'd assume. I hope. Yeah, 5 a.m. Central. Gonna be up for that? Damn. Yeah, quick vibe check. How many of y'all are Central Time? How many of y'all are Europe? How many of y'all are Eastern? How many are like California / Mountain Time? I'm curious. Curious what the disbursement is. Central, Texas, Central, What up, Mike? Eastern, Mountain, Central, Eastern. Dude, thank you to all the European watchers tuning in right now. I know it's super late for y'all on a, it's like on a Monday. That's huge. Thank you all. We'll go at 3 a.m. to trade Globex. It's 4 a.m. now. That is wild. This is not Ninja Trader. This is Motive Wave. We really better bid out of this into... I mean, if we go up to 480, I'll look for the short, I guess. I'm just kind of surprised we've held this so far, that's all. Maybe VWAP and slap? Put that on a t-shirt. Thanks, Mike. I'll try. Couple of strays. Chris Central. Trying to open the water bottle without like the mic catching it because it makes a loud click. I think it still caught it. Where's my volume spike indicator? I don't know, Gary. You tell me. I wish I had it. I mean, we can go through the indicators. I don't think there's... I don't think there's a I've tried looking. I don't think there's like an equivalent for that. I'm trying to think of what I would just type volume. What do we got? You know I'd love a volume spike indicator. If you're asking, can I make a custom indicator? Yes, there's like an API for it. I forget what the name of the whole like process is, but yes, that is an option. You definitely can add your own indicators. Let me see what it's called. What up, Mantis? Motive Wave custom indicators. To be fair, I could probably vibe code it relatively quickly. I also don't have like paid Claude though, and I maxed out chat. I maxed out my Claude today on one task. I asked it to do one thing on max, and it just stopped halfway through. Oh, SDK is what it's called for Motive Wave. Software Development Kit, I think. And it uses Java. There's a whole, says there's a whole documentation for it. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. Another vibe code mission? Yeah, honestly. Gonna pay for Claude first, though. What was it? I was asking it to... My profile picture I have right now, that like black cutout behind me, that's all AI. I originally asked Claude on like medium settings to cut that into something that would like highlight me better instead of having like a background on me. And then I asked it on max this time instead of like medium settings or whatever to cut it out, and it just stopped. Yeah, Gary, I have that Pine script. Can I just plug that into Claude and say like, make this compatible with Motive Wave and Java using their SDK? I honestly have never tried like vibe coding truly. Which RIP Ape, dude. Hope Ape's doing all right. See you, Jamie. Jamie, I'm gonna see you bright and early, 6 a.m. my time. That stream better be popping. How am I using AI in my trading? I am not. Not yet, I guess. Oh, we bid it, chat. 30s held, back up to VWAP. Short. Give the Pine script source, give the doc URL from MotoWave. 100% vibes to make it. Georgie, I'm going to be on until 11 Eastern. So 4 hours and 12 minutes from now. And then down the line, there will be another streamer after me. So I'll hand it off to them and you just get automatically pushed to that stream. But for now, it's going to be a little bit of a break. And then into Jamie's stream at 5 a.m. Central Time, if you're watching from Central, which it seems like a lot of people are. But yeah, I'll work on that, Gary, as soon as I've got my limit lifted on Claude. So it would be really cool to have that. I would very much appreciate having that, actually. Although technically, could I also, because these are volume candles, right? So like if I have a larger candle, like let's zoom in here. If I've got a candle like this, that's from 18 to 12, like this is a 6-point candle versus this is 404, call it, to 95. This is a 9-point candle. I guess that's not exactly the same. Like maybe that doesn't denote a volume spike, but you see what I'm getting at? Like certain candles are a lot smaller, certain candles are a lot bigger. Could you infer that one of those, the larger candles, is a volume spike? Maybe. Oh, these especially. I mean, these are huge. Do I also run during RTH? I don't, Atlas. So the current rotation of streams, in which case, welcome to the stream. Current rotation of streams is going to be, let's start with me, I guess. I've got 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna say all this in Eastern just because that's the way my head works right now. 6 p.m. Eastern till 11. Quick break from 11 until 6 a.m. Jamie's gonna hop on at 6 a.m. He's gonna hand off to Matt for regular streaming time. Matt's gonna hand off to Liam for his session. And then from Liam, it goes to Danny for power hour. Market closes, and I will see you in 24 hours. On a volume chart, I would use time like Manta said. What did Manta say? Yeah, candles that print faster. I don't know if I have a way to like track that other than just like this time axis, I guess, though. But I'm assuming that's what the actual Pine script would pull. I don't know. We're just gonna feed it to Claude and see what it comes up with as soon as I've got data available. All right, where are we now? Oh, we rejected VWAP too. We're still back at these 430s. I really would like to see this low get taken. I hope it happens like during this session. Oh, thank you, Gary. I just saw that. Yeah, this will be a plug and play for sure. One USD only can pass eval? Dude, what are we talking about? $1. I need $12.50 to pass. It's a lot more dollars. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. GG's. Whatever you do not oversize trying to get that $1, man. 1 micro, just find something that makes sense. Don't overthink it. If you have to, take a break, you know? No shame in stepping away. Take like 30 minutes. Market's still going to be open. You'll come back. Promise you, market will still be open. I'll still be here actually if you come back in 30 minutes. So as of right now, rejected VWAP. So volume weighted average price. That's just the average of where most volume, average of volume and price has occurred. As of right now, rejected that, traded into new lows on the session. Point of control moved down too, which is interesting. I don't want to get like tied up into a I don't want to get tied up into like a trade idea, but again, I'm really thinking this low goes, and then once that happens, we'll monitor the situation. This isn't the poly market monitoring room, but we will monitor the situation for sure. Yo, chat, 72 likes and counting, 125 watching. GG's. GG's, chat. That's what we like to see. Thank you all for hanging out, too. Appreciate it. First time on stream. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Dom's still showing big sellers at these lows. It's all just solid selling. So this is starting to set up into what I was talking about with a tail. If we were to set a tail, disregard these big blocks. This act like that doesn't exist. If we had a tail showing up here, we'd have an area like this, 41, 67, 35, 55, and then it'd taper off real nice at the end. Like instead of 55, go down to like 15. Instead of 15, go down to 5, so that there's a nice kind of bell curve at the end of it. That's what I'm talking about in terms of a tail. Brian, never thought I'd hear Palm say that. What up, Brian? How you doing? Good to see you. Short the low? I don't know about that one, dude. You know what happens. You made the meme. Which is a quality meme, by the way, I gotta say. IQ, you got it? Let's go. GG's. Chat, drop a quick GG in the chat. That's awesome. Good job, dude. Oh, yeah, we want that low. We want that. Hey, it kind of fixed itself. Not really, though, because we haven't traded 390. Interesting. Juan, I'm not Matt, bro, but thank you for hanging out. My name's Jaws. What's up? Welcome. Matt will be on at, I don't know what your time zone is, but let's just say Central Time for futures. Matt will be on at 8:25 usually, a couple minutes before market open. Thanks for hanging, Gary. Have a safe drive. And thank you for the Pine script. I will definitely look into that. Just feed it to Claude and feed it to Claude and have Claude do everything. As a reference for anyone just joining, I am currently on a Lucid 25K Pro eval. The goal of this stream is going to be to pass the, well, not just this stream, the goal of the stream in general. It's just going to be pass this eval, get it funded, take the funded to payout, take a payout, do it all on stream. If you want to trade along with me, not financial advice, let's just preface that. I'm not a guru, I'm not a financial advisor. Don't take what I say as gospel, and follow it. I'm just sharing my ideas. But if you're interested in trading the same prop accounts, trading the same product, code TBM at Lucid will get you the best discount available. Just putting that out there. As the pinned comment so nicely reminds us. Yeah, Chris. So this is going to be a rotation. This is starting today. This is the first stream of the rotation, unless you count Matt's all day stream, which was a really sick way to kick it off. But this is the rotation. I'm going to be starting Globex opens as of right now. Short break. Kick it off with Jamie picking up for London. Jamie hands off to Matt. Matt hands off to Liam. Liam hands off to Danny. Do it all over. Should be pretty fun. No way we front run it, right? There's no way, right? Let me zoom out a little bit. This is pretty tight. I need like the Stream Deck bra sound for a front run like that. But yeah, Chris, hang out. I mean, there's going to be a stream. The goal is to get a stream on pretty much any time, like anytime the market's open, have somewhere to hang out, talk trading. Businessman, dude, Matt was live all day. Where were you? Ultra, I am on Motive Wave. When Tradester comes out, I'll be using Tradester. Very excited for that. But as of right now, we're going to be using Motive Wave. That's just what I've been using. It's what I'm comfortable with. It's what is the easiest for me to set up. I've tried other platforms. They're solid. There's definitely good options out there. Quantower is a good option. Sierra Charts is currently probably the best option if you're willing to go through the setup, which can be brutal for sure. But if you're willing to do it. Yeah, I mean, Mike, Matt doesn't have legs, as we all know, so. How y'all liking the green screen behind me, too? Green screen looking good? Nah, business, you're good. We'll prop him eye trading, G. I'm using Lucid right now. I guess it's cut off on the stream because of the overlay, but on the top left, I've got like my workspace name. This one's Lucid. This is a Lucid 25K Pro eval. Do I hold any crypto? I do not. I should. I have a ledger, which is like a cold wallet, an old ledger. They've updated them a lot since I first got that one, but I don't have any crypto currently, no. Refresh this again. The issue's starting to go away. Chat, we've been live for 1 hour. Thank you for tuning in to the first hour. What's up, Mike Thompson? Good to meet you as well. Yeah, Ryan, there used to be, this is years ago. I don't know if it still happens or not. I don't think so. There used to be this like weirdly specific like Chinese algorithm that would go off at like, I want to say like 8:27 or something. But it's every night clockwork 8:27. It was like a mini murder algo. That's like a way back thing. We can watch for it tonight. I don't know if it'll happen, but that one was always interesting. Mike, I can run through the whole strategy, the whole chart layout if you want one more time, especially for anyone that's just joining or is new to the channel or is new to me, which is most of y'all. I can run through that in 1 second. Let me just refresh this. So this is my 30-minute chart. This is where I kind of base everything off of. These gray areas are volume profiles. This is just showing you what the volume was at that price. So it's volume by price. These yellow/orange lines are high volume nodes. So normally your highest volume node on the day is point of control, which is where the most volume on the day was conducted, that singular price. I've got these scaling to a 8-tick interval, which means that each of these bars represents 2 points on the Nasdaq, just so it's not as messy, it's a little cleaner. And then these yellow ones are separate HVNs. So I've got it set to, and I showed my settings earlier, but we'll run through it again. It's 30 sensitivity, meaning 30 of these imprints, 30 of these, not imprints, it's price rows. 30 of those is what it's sensing on. So anytime you get over 30 away from these, it'll pick out the next highest volume node and it marks one of these orange lines at it. And these are just areas of interest for me. It's a way for you to kind of gauge the market, gauge what's happening. The way that I've been reading it tonight so far has been that we had a relatively large sell day, closed near the lows, traded up into yesterday's prior point of control, because this was the highest volume area on the day yesterday, and then rejected it so far. And at this point are looking like we want to take out prior day's low, which looks imminent, looks really close to happening. And then after prior day's low is gone, I would be interested in a long at that point. I think it makes total sense to get long the reclaim of that and then go target 470, 480s prior day's point of control. Or if you have a larger target, looks for like 637. I ideally want to be long from somewhere around like 380, 370s, because if you look left, which is what you do in most of trading, you look left. On this profile, we had point of control here at 29,400, and then volume slightly tapered off around 380, meaning that buyers and sellers were less interested in using that price or trading at that price. So that is where I ideally would want to be getting long from. Oh, there goes prior day's low. All right, aggressive slap so far. Semi-aggressive, 10 points through. Kind of puked it from 400. Starting to build out that tail I was talking about. That is interesting. I would want to see a reclaim of this. Let me draw the meme line real quick. How do I, where's my meme lines? Horizontal line. I need this to extend as a ray though. Extend right. Update and lock. All right, there's my meme line, chat. So I want to see a reclaim of that price, ideally, to get long. Reclaim, as well as seeing some large sellers show up down here with a tail showing in. So like 85, 25, negative 50, and then see volume taper off like this. I want to see a little bit more of that get built out. This looks good. Like we are walking down the -2 standard deviation. So as of right now, this looks decent because this means we're overextended. I just would like to see that reclaim happen first. That's it. Ideally on aggressive buying. Testing back into it. Do you ever trade gold or oil? Definitely dabbled. The best way I've heard gold described is NQ in disguise. I think that's pretty accurate. Gold definitely can fly around a lot very quickly. You have to have really, really good risk management on gold because it will blow your account quickly. So you got to be careful for that. Oil, not really, honestly. Like, and to someone who's been around for a while within like the prop space, especially, like to some extent, you go through and trade almost everything. Like, have I traded oil? Meaning, have I placed orders on it? Yes. Have I traded gold? Yes. Have I traded like lean hogs? Yes. Wheat? Yes. Traded treasuries for a little bit. Have I dabbled in all of those? Yes. Do I normally find myself coming back to MNQ? Yes, just because it has generally some of the best movement, especially on a Globex session. MNQ tends to move a decent amount. Like we've done 480 to 370, so 110 points or so. So far, you know, an hour, 7 minutes in, that's pretty good movement. Multiply that out by a contract or two, and you're looking at a decent trade. Yeah, to an extent. All right, rejecting that prior low again. Tried to reclaim above it, coming back below it. Gold can be great during Asian session towards the tail end. You talking like tail end of Asia? So you're talking like 2 a.m., 1 a.m. Eastern? Or like London Open kind of time? Oh, chat, by the way, check out this shirt. Isn't this sick? Look at that. Cat playing a piano. I think it's pretty dope. Hello to you too. Canadian, however long it takes to hit target, you know? There's no, I'm not like a time-based trader, so to speak. If the trade's working and the trade's working, I think the longest I've ever held a trade was probably close to 16 hours or something. Like I opened it on Globex Open or roughly around Globex Open and then closed it like during RTH the following day. So that's a reasonably long hold. I mean, with day trading, like props especially, unless you're in, so Lucid live accounts are interesting because you can swing trade on those, but most props you cannot hold overnight. Been in front of my PC all day, got to do other stuff for a while. See you, Silver. I will see you tomorrow. Tail end of my stream slot. Okay, so like 10 to 11 Eastern-ish. I mean, I'm on prop data here, so I've got all of it. I am not opposed to throwing on gold and just, you know, I mean, we can just do it now if you want. See what we find. This looks like the front month. Let's bump that up a little bit. 10 p.m. Eastern. Big YM guy, huh? Let's get rid of the volume. Dude, it's been a while since I looked at gold. What are we looking at in general? Let's go 5. And these look fine. Give it a second to load. I'm not going to change the color scheme right now. I don't care enough to right now. Thanks, Brett. Have a good one. Enjoy dinner. Catch you later. What do we got going on in gold world? Doesn't really look like a ton, I'll be honest. Can't say it looks that enticing. Is this my, yeah, this is standard. Yeah, gold has not moved. All right, we'll check back in like 3 hours though, see what happens. That's a cool reclaim of VWAP. Keep that up for now. This looks like we might sell. I mean, almost have to like start thinking about the case scenario of what if we sell like 100 points lower than this. Next stop I'd be interested in seeing us trade would be 311, 60 points lower, just about. That's kind of like the next line in the sand. As of right now, though, this looks like we're going to keep selling for a bit. Until I see something really convincing on the DOM for Delta, I don't really want to participate. Like that 73 Delta, negative Delta is a good start. I want to see that as much buying as we had at prior day's point of control, this 113 positive Delta up here, I would like to see just as much selling, if not more, attempt to trade through the lows before I get long anything. Oh, do YM. Let's see YM. Let me throw this chart on first so the candles don't look ridiculous. Lambert, are you still trading YM like regularly? Dude, what happened here? What am I looking at? I don't even know what a good tick ratio for this is. 10? I need to change this from 20. MYM's treating me well during London. Okay, I can see that. Does YM move during Globex? I don't know, dude. We are... Oh, whoa. Way too much, apparently. Just throw it down like 2. It's better. YM similar story as NQ so far, but played out cleaner. Who's surprised? Dude, what is this? We're going to investigate. Put on the investigative hat real quick. What happened there? This is pretty clean. Rejection of point of control. We'll come back to that in a second. I am really curious to see what this is. Am I looking at the right thing? I don't think so. Hold on. This is 2 days ago at 10:30. 1, 2. This is the correct one. Dude, what happened here? This is aggressive. 52,800 to 52,500. Oh, that looks way bigger on the 30-minute. That looks like a straight god candle in the 30-minute. This is aggressive. Trump tweeted this. I'm not surprised. It do be like that. Lambra, I'm not going to lie, we might need to keep YM up on the charts going forward. This is pretty interesting. This was at 3 a.m. though. YM still has not taken prior low either. Rose, am I looking to get funded in one session? No, I'm looking to take good trades in one session. And if those trades show up, that's great. If they don't, they don't. Kind of missed the boat on YM. What I'm looking at right now is an NQ long if we reclaim this 86 level. I think that could be interesting. I'm just not really seeing the selling on the DOM that I would look for normally, or that I want to see. But if we reclaim it, can trade up into like 400 and then retest 86, I would take that with a stop at 66 on like 2 contracts. And then ideally look for rotation back to 480. Shout out Nightbot, give the stream a thumbs up and subscribe. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. $150 people watching. Welcome, welcome. For anyone new here, sorry I'm repeating this to people I've heard it, but my name's Jaws. Welcome to the channel. I'll be streaming Globex Opens from now on. All right, trying to trade back above it. Nice R Potter. Goat YM new. Yeah, dude. Let me set the chart up real quick on that. This will be the 30. If I knew which button to click. I don't think this has an analysis. So Motive Wave's a little weird with this, the way like you link your charts. They're called analysis. So like I have a YM chart, right? And I've got this indicator on it, but because there's nothing up here, it just says YM 30-minute. I don't have it linked as an analysis, which means that if I open a new chart on YM, like such, it's not going to inherit those, any drawings or any indicators. So like the volume profile won't port over, but if I do this, throw on a little analysis, we'll just group it with ENQ because that's my other one. Close. So now you see the ENQ up here under analysis. That means if I add my imprint, like I had this on like 2. Now if I add another chart, it should come over. As long as I select that analysis. 250. Boom. Magic. All right, let's shift that over. Gold's going to be our burner. We're just going to put that over here. Not what I want. Oh my God, not what I wanted. Much better. Gold's going to be the burner. We'll keep that over there. This one I'm going to reset from this one. Saw some selling show up at the lows, seeing some buying come in at the highs of this little micro range around 400. I am going to, yeah, this is on. Let me throw an order. Why does this not work? Motive wave, what are we doing? Stand by. Why is that not coming on? Am I bugging? That should be showing up. Oh, skill issue. Okay. Keep that there for a second. Drag my stop up because it does not need to be down there. Point of validation. And target here would probably be like VWAP. If slash when on the reclaim, risking roughly 15 points here to make 45. So roughly 3R. That sounds acceptable to me. And now we just gotta get filled. Knowing NQ, this probably sweeps the low though. NQ loves to fill out double bottoms and repair that. In which case I'm interested in looking lower as well. Mantis, are you asking what is a stop or what is my stop? Let me finish this YM chart real quick while we're at it. Let's go 75. Scale that a little bit. That stays and throw this on. Very nice. Even that's a little too wide. Let's go like a 50. YM has very little volume apparently. Let's go to like 15. Okay, that's a little better. What is a stop? Putting control moved up a little bit. I really would like to get filled here and not on the actual level itself. Would be ideal. Who is stop loss? The old get long Globex open with no stop and pray. I mean, in a bull market, like if you zoom way out back in May when we were just going straight up, or April, whatever it was, that worked. Like you just get long Globex open and pray. Come back the next morning up 500 points. But market conditions change, right? So what works now might not have worked 3 months ago, might not work a year from now. That is part of what makes this so difficult. Oh, quick show of hands too. Who was trading today and got wiped on the Trump slap when he tweeted the Iran news and then we nuked however much. When you zoom out, it's not that big of a move, but in the moment, I mean, it happened fast. Like, it was, what, 30 seconds for 150 points or something? I know some people got wrecked for sure. I've seen the damage. This started at 10:16:43, bottomed at 10 seconds. This was 10 seconds. That is outrageous. That is crazy. That's why you use a stop loss and you don't trade over leveraged. Those two things. Keep the account alive. Don't do stupid things. Chat, we might have missed it. It might be going without us. Oh yeah, Potter. I mean, if you've been around for a while, like, as volatile as this stuff looks, this is nothing compared to like when VIX is above like 30. I don't know what VIX is at right now. Find out. I typed in VIX and it gave me Spanish TV. Sick. VIX is at 17, which is kind of moderate. Some summers, it's summer trading too right now, so expect it to be slower. Some summers you've had VIX be at like 12. The total range on the Nasdaq is like 80 points for the day. It's just horrendously slow. But when VIX is above like 30, I mean, stuff is flying then. You traded like Liberation Day tariffs. Yep. That was nuts. And if you traded COVID at all, if you watch crude go negative, that was pretty outrageous too. Got slipped for 30 points. Yeah, expected. The spread widens so much like that, it doesn't matter where your stop is. All right, we are reclaiming this. At this point, I'm comfortable moving this entry up a little bit. Not a ton, but I'm comfortable moving it up. Bring the stop up to where it should be as well. And just hope we get filled, honestly. There's not a ton else to say. 86s, buyers at 86. Just gotta give it time and wait, I think. And it's only one micro for now, just to kind of dip my toes in the water, dip my feet in the water, nothing crazy. I'm still relatively new to Globex trading. You know, as we get more in the groove of it, we'll definitely look to put on 2 or 3 as it makes sense. But for right now, I think 1 is a good spot to be. Especially on a 25K, I'm not looking to like push my risk too much. To anyone that's just joining, welcome, welcome. I am currently looking to get filled at 86.5 on the Nasdaq, cross trading 1M&Q. Hey, what happened to my chat? Oh, it's open. Duh. On Nas is a nice hammer. Market's looking great. The channel, you've been enjoying the market's price action recently? Give and go, you know. Point of control flipped up to the highs of this volume consolidation we've got built out with the lows here. I still think the trade is valid. I think reclaiming anywhere above prior day's low looks like a halfway decent spot for a long. And if it stops out and I risk, was this now 20 points? Then I risk 20 points. It is what it is. Yeah, we still out you. This very well could be a long trade though. My biggest losses happen on Monday. Text, this is NQ. but I'm cross trading to MNQ. So like charting NQ, NQ volume, NQ delta, but cross trading. So my orders are hitting the MNQ book. Yeah, I mean, if you have a day that you know doesn't work for you, like if Mondays are your thing where you take losses on that day, don't trade Mondays, you know? Like if you have a calendar, the best way I found to view it is like a calendar view. And we're filled. I am filled, not we. My bad. All right, stop at the lows. Oh, this is gonna be a quick trade, never mind. All right, that was fast. And it looks like my brackets worked as intended though, so that's good. That was fast. All right, that other area I was looking at down here, around 400-ish into 380, 370, that's what we're trading right now. Yeah, it's only up from here, Ryan, right? Yeah, invert that chart and it's an instant TP. Dude, I'm just glad it was fast. It's much better than sitting here watching the watching this thing sit sideways for like 5 hours. I'd much rather have movement than, you know, stare at paint drying. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot that was tweeted earlier. Yeah, Ryan, that was a long. So you can see I'm down 46 right now. Should be able to see that though. I think it's coming through clear. Let me know if it's not. I accidentally just highlighted my entire screen. Trying to just move this over. Channel, these are daily volume profiles. So I have it set to like the chart session, which is just daily. I want to say everything on my end looks fine. Why is my whole screen highlighted? That was a really good question. There we go. I want to say everything on this end looks fine. It looks clear enough. Let me know if there's anything that needs attention. What up, Waz? How we doing? Maybe just because I have the thing so small. I don't know. Still getting used to it. Welcome anyone that's just joining. I know it's like post dinner time in a lot of places right now, so there might be people joining. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Streaming every Globex. Captain, we've got Jamie trading London. So it's not going to be London Open. He's hopping on 5 a.m. East, sorry, 5 a.m. Central, 6 a.m. Eastern time. Don't know what time zone you are. But that's going to be Jamie's time slot. So make sure to tune in for that too. I will be tuning into Jamie's time slot bright and early. Excited about that. What's YM doing? YM doing the thing. Gold's starting to move. Sick. Gold, same deal. This very much looks like we want to aggressively take out prior day's low at 92. And then if there's a bid from there, there's a bid from there. YM, same deal, I think. Let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah, really big slap off of whatever happened up at 53,100. Really big slap. Ryan, daily on Nasdaq. Yes. Stand by. Get rid of that. Oh, I see what you mean. Like this bounce area down at 270. I could see it. overall, it's just been this big range. This is what I was talking about before. This is like peak, just get long Globex open and just goes up. I mean, 9 times out of 10 you make money there. Sura, why is this channel behaving strangely? We are rolling out live streams, dude. We're doing the Gold 23-hour live stream. So there's going to be rotations. I've got Globex open. There's going to be a short break between, couple hours break between my stream and going into Jamie's stream. Jamie's going to pick up London session, and then Jamie's going to hand off to Matt. Matt hands off to Liam. Liam hands off to Danny, and then back here for Globex open again. Yeah, dude, hot CPI print. Not on my stream, though. Would love if it was like right now o'clock. All right, I'm not going to touch gold. I don't feel like blowing accounts today, but I'll keep it up for now. YM still got some room to go. NQ still trading lower. Should have taken the VWAP short, huh? Context of holding below POC, get short VWAP, stop at the high. That's what, 30 points roughly. Prior to his low target, plus some. TBM TV, that's fire. Yeah, dude, TBM TV. Yeah, dude, you're right. Big block just filled. At least looks like a big block. Point of control flip to the lows. Some buying delta showing up at the lows. Is that area I was talking about? 350 is a little overshoot, but it's still very much in that area. I mean, Nasdaq likes to overshoot a lot. I don't want to buy the bid, but I don't hate this. I just want us to retrade that. Should have marketed in, huh? Back to VWAP. If and when fills. That is interesting, though. Good shout, Ryan. I looked away for 5 seconds. And we see that print come in. Looks like volume's picking up a little bit of pace, though. That was another thing I wanted to check. Isn't there like a pace or speed of tape thing on here? Chat, we're going to do some experimentation here. Because I don't have a volume spike study yet, but we might change that soon. I'm kind of curious to see what this looks like. Two points away. Wait, can I put this on my... No, right? There's no way it's that easy, right? Yeah. Oh, Wozniak, yeah, this is Modal Wave. Trading a 25K Lucid Pro eval. Yes, sir. We really missed it by 2 points. Awesome. I don't know. Let's just add and see what it does. We might be in business chat. Okay, we're filled. I'm filled long. I would love to see us return to VWAP. It's NQ. I wouldn't be surprised if we sweep this low, but getting long off of the large buying here makes sense as a trade to me. Risking 8 points, that's fine. That's very doable all day. I'm gonna get rid of this guy. It doesn't really matter a ton now. It's locked. Gotta unlock it. Right. Delete. How do I figure this out? Whoa. Whoa. What? Let's not do that again. Chat, I can't wait for Tradester. It's going to be a good day. Chris, this is a 75 volume chart, so it's not time-based, it's volume-based. Yeah, 3-day payout would be cool. Got to get there first, though, right? Got to not be down $46 in the first trade of the session, of the streams. Can I drop this to like 5? Price graph. Whoa. How do I get it to just not show these things? I just want the candles, I think. Fully might just end up pulling the Pine script that Gary sent and putting it into Claude and seeing what happens from there. Or I have to read like the FAQ on this. Rebuild. We'll try. Down horrendous. This is going to stop out. Do I prefer the 25Ks? Yes. I very much prefer the ratio. So this account has a $1,000 loss limit for a 1250 profit target. That's what, 1.25 ratio versus like a 50K is a 3,000 profit target versus a 2K drawdown limit. So it's 1.5. So generally, and you see this across most firms, the ratio gets worse as you go up. So like 100K, for example, might have like a 6K profit target and a 3K loss limit. So you're looking for 2 to 1 there versus here, my ratio is a lot lower. That's the rationale behind that. You have to trade smaller, like your contract size is smaller, but it's worth the trade-off to me. Sorry, I've got this on the screen the whole time. How do I move this though? Also, how did that not stop out? There it is. Chat, bear with me. I'm trying to figure this indicator out as we all look at it together. I mean, I don't want to just keep catching the knife, but this is in the area that I'm, interested in getting long from. All the way down to like 300. All of that looks like a halfway decent long to me. You know? If I just yoink. Now where'd it go? Yoink. Okay. Those are still there. But those are the highlights. How do I get it to just paint the price bar? Yeah, 2 to 4. 2 to 4 is a good spot for sure. I'm only using 1 for now just because just getting into swing of it. I mean, trading on stream is definitely a little different. Like trading in front of a camera, there's a little bit of like an extra pressure, not huge, but it's definitely there. So I'm just trying to keep it light. Any losses that happen, trying to keep it minimal, Don't need to be doing anything crazy. All right, I don't love this. I also don't really think it's telling me anything useful. And it's probably like a settings thing that I don't really... I don't know if it's worth figuring out right now. So we're going to axe this for now. And once my Claude limit resets, I'm going to plug in the volume spike Pine script and see what Claude spits out. What's up, David? Welcome in. What's my username? I mean, now it's Jaws. You probably know me as Palmetto. I think in Discord it's Jaws /Palmetto or parentheses. Just as a quick shout, the reason it's Jaws is because that's the DJ name. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Check out my mixes, you know? In case you're interested in some tunes. I can't play them on stream right now because of copyright, but down the line, we for sure will have a DJ stream. 100%. Just gotta figure out the logistics, figure out the when and where, and go from there. So keep an eye out for that. Thank you, Ryan. Try. Be cool to make music. So went over this a little earlier, but just to repeat it a little bit, we got the Arturia Mini Lab here. This is definitely going to be in play at some point down the line. This thing's really cool too, because you can loop. So these pads up here are each like loop buttons that you can trigger a loop on. So I can like make a melody, put in some drums, for example, loop the drums, and then build like a synth melody over it, which is pretty cool. There's some, got 35 points down off the volume spike. Nice job. I was your exit liquidity. You're welcome. I mean, I'd really like to see 310. 310 or some like obvious consolidation down here to get long from. Don't hate it. I'll throw on some KHG in a little bit too, but for right now, markets are looking halfway decent to keep looking for a potential trade. So just gonna keep it as is. Printing a little higher. Yeah, I haven't run the KHG today yet. I saw Yuri put up a crazy score. Yeah, back into point of control, back into that fat delta block. Thrive, I'm not in a trade. I took 2 small stops, down 62. Very manageable. As Ryan said, we will rebuild. The road to recovery. So another thing you can throw on a chart on Motive Wave, and I know Tradester is going to have this, so that's why I'm going to go over it quickly, is big trades. So these are like big delta bubbles essentially, and these will show you where large participants are interacting on price. The reason I don't have these up normally is just because I have the delta from volume profile already up, so it's kind of redundant, but this is just another way to view the same thing if you're interested. So like this is interesting, for example, this large buying that showed up here that we were not able to push out of, or to trade higher from, I should say. That gets interesting. This is all of that buying we saw go off that put in this large volume spike here. And then we've had some smaller buying show up at the lows, 21s, 15s. I'll keep this on for a little bit just so you can kind of see how it works. And I know Tradester is going to have an option for this as well, to be able to show large trades on the chart. Captain, Tradester is a platform, just straight up platform. It's not a broker, it's not a prop, it's a platform. It's what you use to facilitate your trades. And I'm very excited to be able to use Tradester down the line. Chat, we're about an hour 50 in. How we feeling? Word to John Summit. How we feeling? Yes, sir. All right, while this kind of does its thing, I don't really expect us to move a ton from here. If we rip out of nowhere, throw me a ping in chat. But I'm going to do some KHG if that's cool with everyone. What's up, Mason? Thanks for showing up, man. Thanks for popping in. I'm good, man. How are you? Yeah, dude, is it like 2 a.m. for you? Feeling tired's an understatement. Zach, this is Motive Wave. I mean, this is KHG, but platform is Motive Wave. Oh, still figuring out how to use OBS, clearly. All right, play daily. Why is this so tiny? I'm rusty on evening trades. I'm tired of this PA going positive to negative. Yeah, man, you gotta be careful about over trading. I mean, if you gotta trade the setup that's there. Don't force stuff. That's all. Go into it with a plan. Trade your plan. Wow, what a hot start. That was a tough start, dude. A little yoink. A little backboard yoink. Oh yeah, nice flop. Nice flop. Very good. His KHG isn't too bad. Let's see. Dude, I hate the birds. The birds are tough. They're just way too easy to hit. That's brutal. That's so brutal. Oh no, we're collapsing, chat. Robbie gets lost. Nice to meet you as well. Welcome to the stream. I don't know, Waz. Just shanked 3 of them. Oh my god. How do I get past this one? That's a tough flop, dude. Everyone's saying I'm better. It clearly is not watching. What is this? Oh my god. He rage quit at this bird? That's so funny. Oh my god, stay up. This is a tough spot, dude. What? Yeah, I'm trying to backboard, but it's like how much? Oh, wait. Oh, you're right. Duh. D right. Thank you. That was... Yeah, that was incredibly... All right, we're going to run that one back because that was not my finest work. Neither was that. I know I can do better. My high score has been a 4, which was like the best you could get on that. There we go, 24. Is that par? 3 under. Top 40. Okay, we're back into that volume. Had a seller show up. So this is another interesting thing, and this is where the delta dots can be good, big trades, is you can like actually see and not just rely on the DOM, but you can actually see where that large seller is and when they came in. This starts to get interesting. I think we reclaim 380. I would look for a long off this 350s area. I would definitely look for that in the meantime, though. KHG, of course, KHG. Wow, that was dicey. Where am I going from here? What a flop. This is kind of tough. Oh no, sit. Unbelievable. It's like me playing golf in real life. All right, we're gonna stick with that score I got. Chat, I played a 9-hole yesterday. was doing fine, you know, cruising bogey golf for like the first 7 holes. 8 and 9 put up like a calm 8-piece on each hole, and they were like par 4s and a par 5. Unreal collapse. All right, we've swept the 380 spot. At this point, I'm interested in the retest of this long. Something like that. Stop is just about where I want it. Coulda, woulda, shoulda gotten long earlier, apparently, on this attempt to sell, but we will see if there's any attempt to trade back down to this area. Sounds like my trading. Yeah, dude, welcome to the club. Been there a while. It's a nice bid. Starting to bid out of that area I was looking for. Just didn't get all the way there. I really would have liked to see this 310 instead of just 327. But it is what it is. I'll keep the delta dots up here just for myself as well, I guess. Just to have a visual. Yeah, right, Mantis? It's going fine. You get a little tired and just collapse. Hate to see it. Chat, if you were in the stream for Matt's stream earlier, he was firing away on giveaways. I promise we will get to those. I just can't do them right now, but we will get to them, I promise. That will be happening down the line. I just don't have giveaway power right now. But make sure to show up tomorrow and maybe giveaway power will be fixed. Who knows? In the meantime, for no giveaways, if you're interested in anything prop related, if you want to scope out which prop you might want to use, go to tbm.gg and there should be a whole write-up on the props there. And you know what, while we're at it, just do it on stream. Just pull up tbm.gg and you've got your layout on all of the props. Kind of your pros and cons, reasons for using this one or that one. I know, Ryan, I know. It'd be like that. I'm currently using a Lucid account, and this gives you an overview of why you should use a prop, will it benefit you, will it not, your general path. If you want to go over to your breakdown, this is a more detailed section in terms of what each firm offers and why you might want to use it. So just tbm.gg brings you to that site. Oh, we went all the way back to view app already. You hate to see it. I'm trying to think if there's a reason or like any way I could have or would have should have gotten long there. The only thing I can think of is like the seller showing up. No really good convincing tail at the lows. In fact, I'd bet that these lows get retraded actually to clean this up a bit. If not now. What's up, Danny? Dude, 013 Malphite top is tough. Who are you against? Yeah, I mean, I don't even hate like the view app short. That lines up roughly with yesterday's low where we are right now. That's where those buyers originally showed up. Wiccan Reclaim back below view app. This LVN, this low volume area here is pretty interesting to me. I'm gonna kill that long. I mean, this isn't like the most absurd thing I've ever seen. See if that gets filled. Or revisit back into kind of roughly right there. Fiora, oh dude, that's tough. Fiora true damage is rough, dude. Just get shredded. Get absolutely shredded, especially if you get camped by the jungle. It's just over at that point. But thanks for hopping in. Let me know if mic check, video check, you know, quality check all looks good. We had a forehead check earlier. All right, filled short, 415 quarter, just open-ended 25-point stop. Curious to see if anything trades back below VWAP. I would really like to see point of control / new lows trade here. And if it doesn't, you know, it is what it is. Just seems like a little random spot to bid out of, that's all. I would have really expected us to trade lower. We'll see though. Good chance if this is a stop, it's a quick stop, honestly. Okay, the buzz is gone. Awesome. Yeah, I haven't heard anything on my end. I mean, obviously I'm not listening to myself. Oh, that is an easy stop out. Be like that sometimes, chat. Sometimes you just take all the L's, no W's. Ranging VWAP would be kind of interesting though. Like that, roughly. And then slap back down into like 55. Could be cool. Could be cool. So that's true Asia Open, I believe, as well, 8 p.m. Eastern. All right, there's the stop. Back tested VWAP and ripped. New highs on the session then. Go trade out this HVN. Point of control from yesterday. I mean, this is the target to hit. 100%, that's the target to hit. Short from 60s. I really would have loved a long. Like, I really would have liked a long. I just don't. Nothing down here screamed long to me. That's all. Did YM get there? It did not. YM has the same bid, though. What is gold doing? Gold has not moved. Time to change the title to Down Horrendous. Trader loses it all. Instantly 5,000 people in the stream. I mean, this definitely looks like buyers trying to reclaim, for sure. We never really nicely backtested this area either. A legend, this is Motive Wave. Golden zone off last week low is all I got here. Let's pull it up. What are you looking at that on, Mantis? Daily chart? Also, golden zone's fib, right? The like the pocket. I don't know, dude. I would have liked to see this trade personally. 311. That's like what screams long to me. That's what says that. Yeah, that's what says look for a long, open the stop, let it wiggle. Personally, fibs, yeah. Where's Sweaty though? Tex, are you long or short? Oh, you posted a screenshot. Let me see. Oh, I got you. Okay, so fib top to bottom of that. Got it, got it. I mean, dude, Sweaty pulls up like a Lamborghini every day in the morning, so maybe fibs are the move, you know? Seems to be working for him. We're all the way back down. Okay, so this is the short I wanted. I just got stopped out. I was short. I was short something. Is Motorwave, did they ever fix their trade markers? They fix these? No. I don't understand why up until Tradester comes out, because that's why stops don't work, yes. Up until Tradester comes out, you're short, got it. Ryan, did you get filled out? For take profit, I mean? Hopefully not a stop. Up until Tradester comes out, Sierra and Tradeify have the most reasonable and like obvious trade markers. I don't understand why Motivwave or Quantower or TradingView, I don't understand what's so difficult about just putting a line from this marker to this marker so you can see exactly where your trade entered and exited instead of these arrows. These are ridiculous. So I was short 415s, exited prior high. So I took like a 25-point stop, full stop. I needed an extra 17 points. Noted. Chat, I'm gonna go big face real quick. I just want to open something. We're back. I see the issue. Sorry. Yeah, you're right, Danny. I have to add the source. I didn't have it. All right, that's fine. I'll do it after. Don't have to do it right now. I don't need big face. I just wanted to show something. Yeah, I know. We're back. We're back. Don't worry. We're back. I understand the issue. See, that's an OBS learning curve. I should have set that up when I was setting up the big face cam. Okay, so the short played out. Sick. Yeah, dude. Asia moving and grooving. Chat, we have an unreal ratio happening right now. 106 watching, 109 likes. Incredible stuff. Sweep that low. We did sweep the low. Not bad. Just need to give it more room. Yeah, noted. On to the next. No way. What up, big dog? Big dog, we down $110. I'll need that loan, all right? Just give me like a calm 10 piece. Nate, I've been good question. I want to say since 2022. Peace, Anthony. Have a good one. I want to say since 2022. I'm trying to think. I think the first time I picked up like an eval or picked up futures was probably March of 2022, somewhere around that. I had been interested in equities markets in general since like I want to say 16, 17. That was like stocks, equities. I think I opened my first brokerage was a like equity brokerage. We might keep selling, just brought volume down back to where it was, tested it. That 256 positive delta, still not finding sellers through there. Or sorry, still not finding buyers big enough to bring us back through. There's the test back above. Dude, Asia's kind of wild. This has been a kind of nutty first 10 minutes. 100 up, 100 down. Sorry, distracted train of thought. I want to say since March 2022, on and off, gone through a lot of evals, gone through a lot of fundeds, you know? Asia session moving. I wonder if, I mean, I feel like those strikes, advertised strikes, are probably going to happen like overnight, you know? Like Korea trading time. I don't think it's going to happen when I'm up. Yeah, Danny, we're kind of flying. The spread is still decent. I mean, we're topping out around 2.5, so it's not outrageous. You just have to account for that, add a few points to your stop. Oh, I just saw a 3 tick. We are ranging view out now. Noted. But yeah, the trade worked out. We swept the low to the tick almost. I just needed an extra 17 points of a stop on that. And we'd be so back like we never left. Danny, for one of the collab streams, for anyone in the chat who doesn't know, the Danny Dimes in the chat, catch him for Power Hour. He's going to be streaming Power Hour every day on the channel. He's the other rotation I was talking about. And we had Liam and Jamie in here as well, the whole team. But make sure you tune in for that. It's going to be, let me convert to Central real quick. Danny, you going to be on 1 p.m. Central? Thrive, I've got a volume chart, 75 volume, top left corner up here. Yeah, 1p to 3p Central. So make sure you guys tune into that. I will definitely be tuning in when I have the opportunity to do so. Yeah, dude, I'm amped. Seems like the whole team's ready to go, you know? Everyone's kind of firing away. Pretty cool to see. Chat, if you're just tuning in, if you're just joining, I'm trading a 25K Lucid Pro eval down $109, not including commissions on the session. So more like 112. Thank you, Ryan. Dude, sometimes I look in there. Today was quiet. Sometimes I look in there and there's like at least 20. It's like a good 20-minute scroll. It's nice. I think that HVN I was talking about up at 480 is going to get hit. This definitely looks like we're The market wants it. Look at this double bottom. This is peak NQ activity. It does not get more NQ than this. Hold on. Yeah, dude, in the gym all day, every day. You know it. All day, every day. Nothing I love more than waking up at 6 a.m. and hitting iron. Yeah, the 480 is going to get hit, I'd assume. I'm very interested in the short from 480 or the break and retest long. We got to just wait and see what happens, but that's the area I've been talking about since market open. Yeah, Ryan, dude, match streaming all day was a ripper. That's a long stream. Well, I'm in Connecticut, kind of just outside New York. Yeah. Yo, what up, Plasma? Do you only take volume from last 24 or current session, or what? Do you take multiple day volume? What do you mean, Sammy? Are you looking at like the profiles? Because these are per session. So like if I go out to this 30-minute, each one of these is a whole day. And it's on a 30-minute chart, but the actual time frame is split out into a day. Am I using like a weekly profile? No. Can you? For sure. How long have I been trading? We were just going over this earlier. I started futures in 2022, like March of 22. So call it like 4.25 years, which is crazy to think about, but it's been a while. It has been a while. If you're just tuning in though, please welcome first off. Second off, make sure to hit the like button. Appreciate it. I got a bit of shadow on my right side. How bad is that? Definitely pretty shadowy. No way we front run it, right? No way. Just the boogeyman. Oh, something else I forgot to point out on the DOM. This, like the faded colors, this light blue, kind of light red, almost pinkish color, this is inside of value area. And then anything that's brighter like this is outside of value area. So value area is your, I have it set to 70%. You can choose whatever, but it's a 70% grouping of where volume occurred within that profile, right? So inside of value area, the general idea when you have a balanced market, meaning we're just going back and forth, up and down, is that rotations will stay, or the most majority of the volume will be inside of that value area because the market is finding value in trading in that location. And then when you have moves outside of value area, that's when you start looking for something directional. That is potentially a sign that the market might be starting to trend when you start hitting, kind of bumping the ceiling up, bumping value up, so to speak. So it's just one of those things to look out for. And that's like a volume profile, like a more technical volume profile approach to it, outside of just looking at like total volume like this. That's more of a way to read the market in terms of, okay, are buyers or sellers finding better trades and more favorable prices and conducting more business? Because that's how you kind of have to look at it. At the end of the day, the market is a place to make transactions. maybe you and I, aren't trading the scale of like 1,000, 10,000 contracts, but JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, hedge funds, whoever else is in the market, they're the ones trading those larger sizes. They're the ones that are actually building out these large volume profiles that then you can use as information to trade on. This area right here with neutral delta is kind of interesting, right around VWAP. Point of control is still at the bottom, still near the lows. I don't think we're going to leave that 480 behind, truthfully. I think we will trade it at some point. So if I can find a reasonable entry for that, I'm not opposed to it. 400s where the buyers failed earlier. Oh, you're saying, Dan, are you looking at this, the delta dot? Right up into 400, yeah. We swept these lows out. I wonder if something like this plays. 56, stop at the lows. Slightly more than like a 25-point stop, but I wonder if that plays out. And then just look for VWAP. Something like this. 420 maybe. Market said nah. If it hits my target, I'll take it off. Market said absolutely nah. All right, we're gonna take that off. Unfortunate. Right idea, not the right entry. All right, until we go hit 480, let me go big face again and add a mic so you can actually hear me on that. Give me 1 second. How we doing? This better? Give me a yes or no if you can hear me. If you see my mouth moving but no audio, give me a yes or no. Okay, sick. Yeah, text, I just mean like if you can hear me on the big face now instead of muted. Wanted to fix that. Oh, wait, what is this connecting to? No, don't do that. Cancel, cancel. Abort. Oh, I'm gonna have to sign in fresh. You know what? It's not worth it. Not right now. All right, chat. While I'm big face, I'm going to dump the MotiveWave account for now and switch over to the Tradeify account. So I told you I'm trading both Lucid and Tradeify currently. This is the Lucid account. Just gonna bring it back real quick. Gonna close out this session on the account 109, 112 with commissions down. And I'm gonna go back to big face. Close this, save all. And now open this. Give it like 29 minutes to load because it's slow sometimes. Chat, I might need new in-ears. These are, the back of these kind of like rub on the back of my ear. Trying to like set them better so they don't just sit on my ear like that, but not loving that. Oh, it'd probably help if I hit connect if I want to connect to something. I've heard that's a good idea. Chad, how many of you actively trade overnight? And then how many of you are just hanging out in the stream to hang out? Curious. And if you are trading, what are you looking for? Because we've had some interesting movement so far. It was pretty slow for the first 2 hours for sure. And then after that, once Asia opened, the last 25 minutes or so has been pretty solid. I saw like one really good short on that VWAP backtest that'll open up in a second. During Sydney, during like Globex Open, True Open for the first 2 hours. Asia's had some decent moves. How is it still connecting? Yeah, Mantis, I feel that, dude. I'm 100% in the same seat. It's just no other time during the day. But like that's the beauty of futures, right? Is that it's 23 hours. Got plenty of time to trade. How is this still trying to connect? Ryan, when you're saying it isn't always like this, are you saying today's slower, today's moving and grooving? I definitely think there's been trades to take. You just have to be patient for them. That's all. Sorry, I'm thinking about something. Okay, this is taking ungodly long to load. We're just going to scratch that whole idea for tonight. I will update tomorrow on what I was talking about. Doesn't really make sense to talk about it without showing it. Used to be 50-point ranges. Okay, so we're moving right now. Oh, a few years back, yeah. Conditions have changed, man. I mean, once this opens, I can show you. But like we're Nasdaq 30K, like the ranges have just expanded by so much, but the points in terms of like the point value hasn't been adjusted, so you're seeing much larger moves now. Oil bumped while NQ was faking a pop. Dude, what is going on? Why can't I connect to this? Am I missing something? Sorry, chat. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Stand by. Tradeify doesn't want to let me in for some reason. I swear this worked 3 hours ago when I tested it, or 4 hours ago when market was open. Okay. Scratch that, I guess. We're just going back to the Lucid account. Chat, am I losing it? Why is nothing connecting? It was working fine up until I signed out. What happened? No, I know you guys can't see. That's on purpose. It just would be really cool if this connected. Fly, what's TR? Oh, I don't know. Clean what? Is it? I can't tell if it's a motive wave. It's just saying no connection available. I was just using the connection. Clean the browser Tradeify cache. I am going through motive wave, so I don't think that matters here, right? Like it should just be a connection to my data. Okay, so my personal account works fine. Lambro, that's going to be the next stop. So stand by one more second. Sorry for the difficulties. I'm just as annoyed as you are. It's very unfortunate when things don't work. All right. Back to scene. So my personal account works fine. Awesome. It's great. Like I was talking about, this is really just like a data account. I just have like $100 in here. That way I have live data for exactly this scenario. When things are not working the way that I want them to be, I can still see what's happening and I'm not like completely cut off. So this is working fine. So it's not motive wave. Which, as a note, and this is also interesting. The issue I was having for anyone that's been here since the start, those blocks that were on the DOM, those are gone as well. So that is fully just a sim connection thing, which is also interesting. Okay, it is Rhythmic. So you telling me Rhythmic just crashed? Logged out and cannot log in. That sounds like the same trouble I'm having. Go big face one more second. Let's try RTrader Pro. It's been down for 30 minutes. I was in for 30 minutes though. Or my RTrader is in. All right. We're just gonna go. Just gonna rock the personal for now. I'm just gonna be upfront. I'm not gonna trade this because I just don't have like the drawdown or the margin to trade this right now. This is fully a. It's fully just a data account, but I'm just gonna keep this up. We can watch the market this way. And I will try again in 30 minutes, let's call it, to log into Rhythmic accounts. That's incredibly annoying that those are not coming up. But this is the exact reason I have the personal with data. Even though I don't actually trade it, just having data available here is so huge. I don't know if anyone here is around when Tradeivate originally got acquired by NinjaTrader, but as they were migrating those two platforms together, the amount of issues Tradeivate was having was absurd. Like it was crashing and just going down every day. And it's that specific time that taught me the best thing you can have is a personal live data connection. Go to the MotiveWave channel. Personal live data connection is just so clutch. Okay, at least I know it's not just me. Thank you for the heads up. I went big face too long. Some people dipped from the stream. It'd be like that. It do be like that. That's annoying that Rhythmic decided to go down, but oh well. Yeah, I've got people in the Lucid Discord saying that motive wave didn't work for them. Okay, noted. It's not just motive wave though, because it was the Quantower side wasn't connecting either. Noted. Couldn't have happened at a better time. I mean, at least I'm not. I wasn't in a trade. Didn't have any orders on, I don't think either. What is the best way to get Dom? I have Tradeify prop accounts and Tradeify live. If you just want the depth of market, that should be just like a selection you make on there, no? Like the same way you add a chart, just add a Dom instead. Depends what you're looking for out of the Dom. I don't know how flexible Tradeivate is nowadays. Yeah, same, right? I don't know how flexible Tradeivate is nowadays in terms of like customization and whether you can like set up a profile and set up delta on the DOM. But I do know for sure you can have a DOM. And then if you're looking for like level 2 or anything, you have to pay for level 2 data, but that is available as well. I'm positive on that. Looks like we're going to go for 480 again, finally, after ranging view out nicely. Chat, what are we feeling for music? I've had this synthwave playlist up for a bit. But if we're looking to switch it up, it's definitely on the table. I don't know if y'all can see that. This is what we got up. Got Stream Beats EDM, Stream Beats Lo-Fi. I think that's the one Matt rips. Hip hop, chill step, house. Ooh, interesting. Can maybe be feeling some house. Let me know your thoughts. That looks like kind of the main playlist. D&B, not really feeling that right now. Let's throw some house on. If it's not the move, we'll change it. A little bit more energy. Okay, this might be a quick kill. Where's the drop? Now synthwave was significantly more chill. Let's go back to that for now. Where's my volume load? Hello? Yeah, Waz, it's turned pretty low. That's on purpose. All right, that doesn't show up for some reason. We're doing good. We're doing good. There's 80 that I was talking about. Finally traded it. Very nice. Very nice. All right, since I'm not going to trade the live brokerage, I will, prefacing, I'm opening a paper account, okay? This is paper. Just want to be very clear on that. This is paper. If I can figure out how to do it. There should be a way to throw on a sim account. There it is. Okay. Y'all should be able to see that now. We are on sim. Sim account, correct. See this one, sim, very good. Again, prefacing, sim. And we're gonna wait and watch. I'm only doing this just because I want to still be able to take a trade if something shows up and I can't take it on the live account. Again, because of margin problems, because the account's so low. Again, it's just the data account. We'll try again in a bit for the Rhythmic accounts, see if that will load up at all. Hopefully it does. I hope they resolve it quickly. That'd be ideal. Also, I'm gonna go break and get water in a second. We did wick and reclaim that 80, that point of control. That is interesting. Don't hate to see that. Got some buying showing up at these highs. What I was talking about earlier, another tail showing up. Doesn't necessarily mean, you know, just get short. But it's just one of those things to watch for. If/when we're going to leave a nice high or low, I normally expect to see a tail. Not this. I would be very confident in these lows, 345 to 325, getting revisited during RTH. If it doesn't happen overnight, getting revisited during RTH. The time isn't like what time it actually is right now. I don't know. It's a good question. That is a good question. So I've got the time in the very, very bottom right. Like that's where Motive Wave displays it, time and date. That gets cut off by the overlay, and I don't really have a way to move that, short of like moving the whole screen, you know? And I'm not going to do that because that's going to mess up the whole overlay, which I think is a little more important for now. But I don't know, let's poke around. Nice short off that 80 spot. A time label. Google's telling me it's called a time label. Components panel and position it. Google's telling me I can do it, but I don't. It doesn't really elaborate how. We're back at VWAP. Very rangy session. A lot of chop, a lot of up and down. I I don't know about the time thing. I'll be honest. I will look into it. I don't really know what it's telling me with the components panel, where to find that. And that, again, is fully just a skill issue on my end of not knowing like all the ins and outs of the platform. This is the time axis. Oh, hold on. Oh no, that it's like creates a, never mind. I know Sierra has that. These are not Bollinger Bands. These are VWAP standard deviation, specifically +2, -2. That was a good rotation off of 80 back into VWAP. Nice rangy session. The bands are going pretty sideways, which is a nice indication of like a balanced session. It has just been kind of slidey. Like this is a relatively large range for a like a sideways session like this. That's all. Kind of set the initial balance of the session, if you want to call it that, down here, and then rotate it up. All right, chat. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some water. I ran out of water a little while ago, and I will be back in a second. Give me a few. I'm gonna throw you on big face for now. I'm also going to find a way to make like a be back soon screen, just so that I don't have to always put you on big face, but I will be right back. We're back. What did I miss? Back up to the highs, bounce off VWAP. Sick. We are back. Throw the charts up. All right, chat, I'm not gonna lie, hunger was getting to me. I got some food. We got pasta salad, we have Greek salad, and we have a chicken breast for dinner. Noms, yeah. It doesn't look like I missed a ton. I don't even know if Rhythmic's working yet. I can try in a second. Sorry, I'll try not to like make my eating too loud into the mic. Oh, crush on mango. Enjoy, dude. Dude, it's just Mitch. It's like the sound into the mic, man. Like, I know how that sounds, you know? It's like sound of someone chewing. Not ideal. The burrito picture of Matt is pretty funny, though. Yeah, dude. All right, so just to recap, down roughly 110 on the Lucid Pro eval. Switched over, tried to reload to Tradeify Rhythmic. I don't know if it's Rhythmic in general or just Rhythmic motive wave, but Rhythmic kind of pooped out. And then on the personal account, data wise, not trading personal funds, going to trade SIM for now until Rhythmic is working. I'm going to check in like 5 minutes or so, try to log back in, see if those are up. Or if anyone wants to like give a heads up right now, try logging in. I'd appreciate it. LD, this is motive wave, not Tradester yet, not yet. We'll get there though, don't worry. In the works for sure. Mitch, I wouldn't say I do. We use some of the same tools, right? Like we both use Vol and Profile, we both use VWAP, we both use a DOM, but those are pretty standard. Like there's nothing crazy going on there. I would say I look for larger trades, like points wise. Like my target earlier was like 50 to 100 points ish. If I was looking short from this point of control down here, I'd be looking for roughly 60 to 70 points. So we definitely have different targets. I don't use cumulative delta. Where are we pushing to? 535 question mark? Is this just going to be like the endless bid overnight? It's not a bad spot to bounce from. Swept out some liquidity lower. this low get taken? Horizontal line. Extend right. Wow, Frant ran. Quick low, yeah, dude, for real turbo. Tested view app and ripped. Just get long, right? 100-point stop, get long, easy money. Interesting, we didn't take that. We are at volume right now in the 520s. That would be a little bit of like the next location to look for. And the next spot up I have is 640. Hesitant to short, really hesitant to short now. The original short plan was to get short somewhere here if it given the opportunity and target the sweep with this low of day. That played out already. Shorting anything after that starts to look a little dangerous. Just out of curiosity, I am interested. What does like a 1 minute look like here? Oh, chat, question. What's your favorite chart to trade on? Like if you had to pick one chart that's your favorite. I know that's kind of like a not an ideal question to ask because at the end of the day, you use multiple pieces of information to create a game plan for yourself. But if you had to choose one, you know, if your platform, your broker, whoever came to you the next day and was like, hey man, you haven't been paying up on your monthly fees, we're cutting you down to one chart. What's that one chart? 3 minutes. I don't think that's weird. I know people that use a 3 minute. 15 minute higher time frame for sure. 1 minute, so I just pulled up. 5 minute Danny. Okay. $15, yeah, this guy knows the tech. 5 minute, 1 minute. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so the highest one is a 15 minute so far. Range is 15 minute down to 15 second. Mantis, do you use a 15 second even on Globex? Or do you scale that up at all? 2 minute. 2 minute, I don't see that often. I see the 1 minute, I see the 3 minute. Because this is what a 1 minute looks like. Just, you know, for curiosity, see what we're talking about. Still like the volume chart better, but it's always fun to just pull this up every now and then. 5 minute. Give me a 1 hour and I can make something happen. I'm sure you can. That is a big chart. Pretty light on volume between 520, 480. 80-20 rotation, 20 to 80. Yeah, Muser, me too, man. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? View app was like 400 down to 380. What would that look like here? Nothing super convincing. Like if I was looking to long below view app, I'd want to see this area right here, this 400s down to 380, like just solid red. Like that's like what we have 430 to 410. I want to see that below 400 to 380. That's what I mean by a tail. But the first few years on 1 minute, try to go smaller, kept getting faked out, dial back to 5 and smooth things out. Yeah, I've heard that a lot for sure. Kind of just like more validity on the higher time frame because there's more information there. Oh, Mantis, let's go. I just saw the eval pass. Let's go, dude. That's awesome. GG's. Chat, I mean, if you wouldn't mind, drop a GG for the boy Mantis passing the eval. Love to see that. If you would be so inclined. Oh, dude, that's a payout, not an eval? Let's go. That's awesome. I saw the 1500 and I thought that was for consistency. For like an eval pass. Dude, that's sick. Good job. Do I still chat with Nidez? I wouldn't say I chat with him. I know I'm in a server he's in. Wouldn't really say I talk to him much. Hope he's doing well. I mean, dude slings for sure. Every trade I see from him is like a 120-point trade on NQ. Now that I'm seeing it on the screen, this shadow, this side, is pretty dark. A little too dark. Definitely gonna have to fix that. Not gonna happen overnight, but I do have a solve for that. You want a nice long from the 400s? Oh, what a nice long. Oh, you took that? Dude, sick. GG's. That's like right at view app. That's awesome. Great trade. Assuming you're still in. Mitch, I will be. I haven't always traded Globex this time of day. I've definitely like, been around for Globex occasionally here and there. Starting for these streams though, this is always going to be my slot. Still kind of just pushing. Bring it up to a 30-minute real quick. Yeah, Ryan, I'm gonna try. Gotcha, consistency. We are at that prior volume right at 520s, 530s. Right on here. Have I got my own channel? I do. No trading content on there yet. Still figuring that part out. Mostly just DJ mixes. I don't know if you're interested in that, but if you are, check it out. Posted one recently. Yeah, nice absorption. 78 on the buy side at 535. Starting to push up a little bit. If I was to take a short, I don't know, like 540 to 550. I have some sellers trying to step in up here. I mean, because it's sim, again, prefacing sim. Let's do the old. Oh wait, stand by. I need to. Okay, very nice. This would be to fill some of this volume back 485. That would be the trade. Backfill some of this volume so we don't just leave behind this node or this lack of volume, so to speak. Fall back into the deviations. You know, the such. Again, it's sim. We're prefacing. It's sim, not even an eval, it's sim. I'm going to check the rhythmic connections in a second. Is this ATAS? No, Aaron, this is motive wave. I know a lot of people don't use motive wave. Not many of us out there. Fingers crossed, soon won't have to be on motive wave. Hint, hint, wink, wink, if you know what I'm talking about. But for anyone looking to get started trading, if you want to use motive wave, go for it, up to you. Hint, hint, wink, wink, code TBM for the best discount available. Start an eval. For sure, Trevor. As of right now, of the options available, I do think motive wave is the best Mac option for sure. You can use parallels to open any of the Windows platforms. I personally not love that, just because I always had a lot of lag, and that could be like a machine issue. I always had like a bit of lag, like just basic mouse cursor movements, clicking stuff, and certain platforms will not like display things correctly, if that makes sense. So like on motive wave right now, how I've got, can you see this on this left side? How each of these symbols here has like, I know if I'm clicking into here, I've got shapes. I know if I'm clicking into here, I've got text boxes. It wouldn't show that actual symbol. It would just show like a blank box, and I'd be fully just guessing at what I'm actually clicking. Yeah, so it's usable. It's just not ideal. Have I seen or used TradeSter? I have not, but I'm excited. I've heard a lot of good things. And I'm very confident in the development team to make a genuinely good product. Still sitting in this sim trade, emphasis on sim. Just a basic 25-point stop. Yeah, dude. I mean, Tradeify was like the OG for so many people. There's nothing wrong with it. It is a solid platform. It's definitely a little light on features sometimes, but like all in all, it is a solid platform. I mean, there's a reason so many props use it, right? Like it's the prop platform right now. Still in the trade, still hanging around. I mean, consolidation at these highs like this, outside of this 2 standard deviation, when we've been pretty rotational, is normally a sign that I do like to see. I think VWAP is definitely on the table. Okay, gotcha, Trevor. I'm not looking for the whole thing down to VWAP. I'm just looking for the backfill of kind of this volume node of where we have left behind volume. I think trimming the stop at this point makes sense. No reason to give it anything above that. Peace, Waz. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in, man. Chat, I just shoved the whole chicken in my mouth. What do I draw the volume profile? This is set to a day. So like it's a day's time frame, right? So like this is a 30-minute chart, but it's profiling the whole session, the whole day, starting from Globex open all the way through until RTH close, and then new Globex, new session. Matt stresses me out. Why? What stresses you out? Yeah, it might be time for new in-ears, chat. These are less than ideal for sure. Let's see if we retrade, fill that gap. Low volume node, sorry, not gap. You know the Palpatine do it meme? That's how I feel sometimes looking at a trade like this when it gets so close. He gets in and out of trades so insanely quick. Yeah, I mean, part of that is just like the market though. Like if you have a target at 10, 15 points and the market moves 10, 15 points, you know, it's just a quick trade. Oh, it's very much Palpatine meme. With that break even, no reason to take a loss at this point, and just look for the full fill. I would assume we get it. I mean, I would think we at least trade a little bit into the 80s, not just wick 90 and bounce, but the sell does not seem convincing so far, that's for sure. Of course, though, the trade that's working is on sim. It's generally how it goes. Once this closes, either break even or profit, I will switch back to big face real quick and try the rhythmic connections. Fingers crossed they work. Let me see if the Discord chat said anything about that. We did it. We did it. Sim trade complete. Yeah, you heard the TP noise. Oh, wait, no way. I was ragging on Motive Wave earlier. Hold on. They added lines? Mantis, are you seeing this? Hold on. I wasn't familiar with your game. How do I... Where's the setting for that? I didn't see that I turned it on. orders? Display, show filled, show price. Line style. This is new. What, the lines only work on sim? Are you kidding me? There's no way that's true, right? Oh, at least the line is there. All right, we're gonna go big face real quick. I'm gonna give Rhythmic another shot. Be right back. Well, I'm not actually leaving. I'll be here, but you know what I mean. Interesting. Let's try Lucid again, because that was at least working before. If that doesn't work, I'll try Tradeify. Thanks, Lambro. Yeah, the shadow's so dark. That is going to be a fix for sure. Rhythmic is definitely still busted, or at least my Rhythmic is. I'm just sitting at a loading screen right now. That's so lame. Yeah, timeout occurred connecting to broker slash data service, so it's just not connecting for whatever reason. That is so cool. All right, we're back. We are back. Like we never left. Still on the sim account. Sim is up 500. 50-point trade. Not bad. I will take that. Take that any day. Hydro, I didn't trade like actual accounts today. I watched the price action. I did not trade it. At least not on like an account you can make money on. I was just throwing some stuff on sim. Because I wanted to save these evals for the stream. Not pictured though, because I can't log into Rhythmic. So as of right now on the stream, I am down roughly 110, 112 bucks on my Lucid Pro 25k eval. Which, if you're interested in picking one up, you can go to Lucid's website, code TBM, or you can go to tbm.gg. Just saying. And that's about it. I took like 3 trades on that. Mitch, I'm not a full-time trader. Doing it down the line full-time would be pretty cool, though. Would be pretty cool. Back up to 520. This is a nice consolidation. Like, this is a... I don't want to say picture perfect, but it's pretty close of what I want to see in a trade, where you trade up to the standard deviation, try to trade outside of it, have some absorption, which, by the way, Mantis, snipe of a call out. Saw some buyers stepping in at the highs, didn't get anywhere. Saw these big sellers stepping in here on an area you expect sellers to step in, right? Trade down. Also with the context of this volume node here, prior to us backfilling some of this, this was very light on volume relative to anything else. So looking for buyers or sellers, in this case sellers, to backfill some low volume is, I think, a decent looking trade. Yeah, dude, for sure. Mantis, are you using Delta on a DOM similar to this one? Okay, gotcha. I forgot you have the profiles up too, right? I tried doing that on Motive Wave. I didn't like them. I prefer just have the DOM. 2 taps, this is Motive Wave. Trap the buyers in Globex? I mean, maybe. Maybe. You zoom out and look at where we are relative to even just to yesterday's price action. Like, we've had some buying show up here below prior day's low, but isn't exactly super convincing when you zoom out a little bit and see how much we dropped prior to yesterday. In honor of the goat, the baby goat, how do I throw a fib on here? Where would I even start this? I need the crash course on fibs if anyone's got it. Do I start it from like the highest high to the lowest low? Something like that. Which means my short setup would be from here to here. Questionably. Something like that, I think. Again, I don't know what I'm doing with fibs. Interesting. Yeah, we're not going to see that tonight. (9:22) Eastern, been live for almost 3.5 hours. I'm feeling good. I hope you guys are too. Enjoying the stream. 142 likes. That's pretty sweet. Good job. Maybe one day we'll get to the fun number. For anyone that doesn't know, Nightbot's got commands if you can figure them out. There's a few good ones in there. My personal favorite, I think, is probably this one. Does it still do it? Yeah, burritos. All right, had some sellers step in at the highs, reclaimed into the standard deviation. As long as we hold below 520, I think VWAP is kind of written. Have some sellers stepping in as we reclaim underneath as well. Michael, I mean, it's organized, you know, like everyone knows when their schedule is. Again, I highly recommend tuning into the other guy's streams. I highly recommend that. Everyone's got a different personality. Everyone trades a little different. Everyone brings something new to the channel. It's the whole goal of it. I feel like sellers about to get bombed. Like you think buyers just gonna rip face, stop out every seller. I mean, I could see it. Like we swept out prior day's low. Path of least resistance for now, at least, is up. Has been for a while. Let's check on what ES is doing. Nah, Danny, you might be right. ES also ran the level too. Like if I was looking for longs on ES, I don't really love getting long here. I'm very much more interested in getting long like 38. Kind of a brutal front ran. Let me switch these colors real quick. I forgot I updated this. Correct. Very nice. Showing on stream, very nice. What did ES do so far? Let me throw on big trades as well, just because we've been keeping it consistent that way. 15 should be fine. Also, like, same story on ES, man. Front run 63s, point of control from prior day, sell into the low. Okay, ES Open, Asia Open was I think a bit more obvious in terms of the absorption play down here than NQ was. Definitely going to take a note on that one. And keep that pushing. That is interesting to know. I mean, ES has a much thicker book, so you assume the absorption and whatnot would show much easier. Same story here. Point of control got brought up to the highs. All this buying showing up at the same spot. ES still hasn't traded out prior day's point of control. I really still think that's the target. 63s, 64s for ES. Just worth watching. Nice sellers down here getting stuffed. Longs off 55 into prior day point of control. I think it's an interesting idea. What's up, R-Mark? How we doing? Welcome to the stream, dude. I'll keep this chart on ES for a little while. ES definitely showing the absorption a lot cleaner on the DOM, especially like this 290 block of delta at 59.5. Any reason you put big trades on 250 volume chart setting? Oh, for the max? Really just so I can flip between, like, if I want to go from like a 50 volume right now up to like a 150, just to get a different view, like a larger view of what's going on, and still have that information just so it stays there. That's really the only reason. That's just like my visibility setting. So basically meaning like what chart up to you can see it, right? So like if I do all, I'll see it on every single chart, which is kind of a mess sometimes. I can show you. This is why I don't do it. Oh, I go to a 30-minute now. See what I mean? Like it's there, you can see the info. You can see where those trades were, but I just don't really care to see it on this big of a time frame. Some people do. It's just not something I want to pay attention to. Yeah, stuff we snoozing now though. Sideways range for a bit. Has not retraded view app, worth noting. Chat, I think Rhythmic might just be cooked for the night. Because I asked in the Lucid Discord if anyone's got it working and still knows. I also have, I think, what is a scammer trying to get me to click a link out of Discord. That's awesome. That's really exciting stuff. Apteros rhythmic is good. 11 Oak, you're trading with Apteros? They have a prop now? I knew Apteros. I knew they offered funding, but as far as I knew, it wasn't like, oh, a little bit of a sell. It was very like strict, right? Am I wrong on that now? Did they change that? Like it wasn't like signing up for Lucid or take profit or interesting. It wasn't as simple, from what I remember at least, of like you just pay for an eval, pass it, get funded. They had a stricter process as far as I can tell. But I'm talking year and a half ago, 2 years ago. That's how old my info is. Yes, trying to find view app. What's NQ doing? Sort of the same deal. The sellers are trying. They're not getting very far. Below 70s. So this is what I was talking about in terms of value area pushing out versus coming back in. Like this is what I would call more of a crucial inflection point in terms of if you read the market from a perspective of value. Because as of right now, we established value with these light gray boxes in the DOM. This is inside a value area. We established value, so where 70% of total volume has been on the session so far, where most of the trade, most of the business, so to speak, has happened. Meme line held. And now that we're testing out of it, what I understand from a value perspective is that you're looking for sellers to try to trade us back into value because we have shifted out of it. We're discovering new prices, if you want to say it like that, or prices that have not traded frequently on the session so far. And now you'd be looking for buyers to step in right about here, like 70s, 60s, 80s, this kind of range. You'd be looking for buyers to step in, whether that's a really obvious sell side absorption, or whether that is just a lot of buy delta coming in. You'd be looking for some sort of buyers to then get long for the continued push out of value. That's the way I would read value from this perspective. Okay, that's cool. So that's definitely updated from what I saw. That's pretty cool though. Chat, we got the scammer. Chat, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I need the meme. The mod just banned him from Lucid and then a message saying, don't share your data. Job well done. Yeah, good luck, 11 Oak. Let us know how it goes, man. I'm interested. That is very cool that it's a swing, similar to Lucid's Live. Lucid Live lets you swing, which is awesome. Hey, sorry if you've already said this, but I'm curious as to how you mark out the values you look to take action at. When you say values, do you write? What are you referring to specifically? Like in terms of what I was talking about before with value, in terms of value area, or is this, yeah, what do you mean? Burberry, what's up? This is not Tradester. This is MotiveWave. Trust me, dude, as soon as Tradester is available and ready to use, you will see it. So ES accepting value here. We tried to trade out of value with this absorption at the highs and are now back inside. Rough target I would give for ES is like 48, realistically 43. This low on ES looks pretty dirty. Just a giant delta block at the lows. So that's a really good example of passive absorption. There's a large passive buyer there that was able to take everything sellers had to offer and then still was willing to reload higher. Like where you look to buy or sell for a contract. Okay, so like my areas of where I want to execute from. First and foremost is always going to be around / outside these standard deviations. I'm a big fan of the +2, -2. That's where most of the price action tends to happen, especially when you have a rangy environment like this. And then I also have these HVNs marked out. These are significant volume areas, high volume nodes. I like to rely on those as a gauge of areas I should probably be looking at for buyers or sellers to be active from. And not everything's 100% though. Like you also need to keep that in mind. You said my ideas tend to work out, but sometimes I struggle with finding a level that won't stop me out. You're going to take stops. Like there's no 100% perfect strategy. How you take those stops is a lot more important than whether you take those stops. If you over leverage, oversize, set a ridiculously wide stop, wider than you need for that trade, that's not a good way to take a stop, right? You're just exposing yourself to way too much risk. Another part of it is emotional. Like if you find yourself getting super emotional when you take a stop, let's say you, and this happened, I'm speaking from experience here. Like I've gone through the realm of trading a lot of different strategies and approaches and methods to risk. If you are trading super tight, for example, like NQ with, I don't know, a 10-point stop, 15-point stop, odds are you're going to take a lot more stops because your stop is so tight. And if you can't handle that emotionally, from the sense of like, if you're wrong on a trade and you aren't able to process that and then just move on from the fact that you're wrong, but you get hung up on it and then you kind of descend into like the tilt session where you're just spamming the buy and sell button, no thought behind the trade, you're just intent on making it back and then some. Like that's an important piece of understanding. I don't function well taking stops like that. Maybe you size down and widen your stop significantly. Like maybe you go down to 2 micros and use a 50-point stop, you know? You can still risk the same amount as 10 points on one NQ, but you have a much, much lower chance of getting stopped out. Liam, I'm good. How are you, man? Welcome back. Liam, it is pasta salad mukbang time. Yeah, Ryan's 100% right too. Like market condition plays a big point. Volatility is probably the most important one that I can think of outside of just like ranging versus trending. But volatility is a big one. Like I pulled up VIX earlier. I can do it again and not give me the Spanish TV channel, whatever it gave me. Like VIX right now, as of yesterday, because this is RTH technically, was 17%. When you have elevated VIX, I'd say anything over like 22, 23, 25. Peace, Danny. Have a good night. Danny, I'll try to tune in tomorrow. I can't promise I can because of work, but I will try. Yeah, make sure everyone in the chat, just so you know, Danny's streaming tomorrow, Power Hour. 1 p.m. Central to 3 p.m. Central. Make it a point to be there. Show some love. So VIX is at like 17 right now. That's reasonable. I think that's like average trading condition normally. Anything above like 25 starts to get really dicey in terms of volatility. And you just have to have a wide stop or don't trade, you know? Like if you have a history and a track record of losing money in higher volatility conditions, probably don't trade it. Or look for a different product. There's a ton of different products out there. Not all of them trade the same. If indexes are super volatile, I mean, it sounds crazy. It sounds weird, but like, dude, go trade crude, go trade nat gas, go trade wheat. I don't know. Find something that's conducive. Yeah, ATR is good. 10 to 15 is tight for sure. Shroff, I think Rhythmic is down for some people. I've seen some people saying they can log in and some people haven't. I'm some of those people that can't. Both connections I have to Rhythmic are down, so I'm currently using my live account's CQG connection, but I'm trading it on a sim because I only use this account for data, specifically for times like this where you know, something goes down and I haven't been able to get data. Live account data is generally more reliable because you're paying for it, right? It's not sim data. We're doing streams. The goal is to get 23 hours. Trying to get to a 23-hour stream. That way, there's kind of just always somewhere to be hanging out, community be with. Listen to one of us talk. There's going to be a few of us. Danny Dimes, who's just in the chat, he's streaming Power Hour tomorrow. Liam, who's up there, he's doing right after Matt's stream tomorrow in the morning. Jamie, our fellow United Kingdom civilian, is going to be streaming the London session starting at 5 a.m. Central, 6 a.m. Eastern. Time zone conversion's still tough for me. Turns out I could have held that trade for like 40 more points. It's pretty exciting. That was a... I took 50, I could have held it for like 90. Thank you, Ryan. Hey, I worked 7 to 5, can only trade 6 to 10. First off, that's a long workday, man. Props to you. That is 10 hours grinding. Can you trade 6 to 10? Yeah, 100%. I mean, what we're doing here. I'm not gonna say I'm profitable because I'm not, but we're trying to get there, right? Trying to grind it out. Can you be profitable during those hours? For sure. Plenty of people do it. Just comes down to finding a style and a method of trading that's going to be conducive for a relatively short and slow trading time, right? Globex is not necessarily known for having huge, you know, good volatility, good ranges, good moves. So you definitely have to be picky with what you're taking and definitely be careful not to overtrade. It'll become very easy when the market is super slow like it is now. You know, where we've been in a 70-point range for like an hour, roughly. It's going to be very easy to overtrade in that, and you need to make sure you stay away from that. But is it possible? For sure. Go birds. Kind of front ran view app there. Now it definitely seems like the time where things are going to slow down a lot. I would check on gold, but I can't because I don't have gold data on my personal. I just pay for indexes. Not even all of them. I don't pay for YM because it's CBOT. Another big seller trying to step up outside of value. Just starting to poke outside of value right here in the 90s. ES is fully just pinned to view app. It's probably going to stay like that for a while. Seems like we've stabilized around like 70, 80 people watching. Welcome to the show. Glad to have you. If there's anyone new here, I don't know if there's gonna be anyone new at this point, but if there is anyone new, my name's Jaws. Welcome to the channel. We're gonna be doing live streams, gold to 23 hours. That's what we want to do. So I've got the Globex slot, trading Globex hours. Short break for Korea. Switch it over to Jamie in the morning. Jamie hands off to Matt. Matt hands off to Liam. Liam hands off to Danny. Run it back the next day. Yeah, not much else to do other than wait and watch. Kind of slow. How are you feeling about Wordle? I haven't done Wordle in a second. What's up, Mike? Welcome to the show. How long have you been trading? Since futures since like March of 2022, roughly, give or take. On and off for a few times. I've definitely taken some breaks, like a month here, a month there. But I'd say March of 2022, roughly. 7570s and ES is a wall of liquidity sitting here on the heat map. I don't have heat map enabled because I don't have level 2, but that's good to know. Thank you for the shout. That's 7570s is, oh, you're talking way up there. Are we talking, Aaron, are we talking low 7570s or high 7570s? Because it definitely makes sense to draw interest to that area. I think like between 72 to 76, where the volume starts to taper off from this distribution, that makes total sense to draw into. Kind of repair some of that low volume and then probably just smack it right back down to 64. Thanks, Skidsteer. Good to hear, dude. Halo's a deep cut. Halo's awesome, man. Halo's very fun. I used to play that a lot with my friend after school, talking way back. Hafi, I've got a 30-minute up here, and this is the same for both Nasdaq and ES, but I've got a 30-minute up here with volume profile on it, and then switch it over to a volume chart. I've got 150 volume for ES and 75 volume for NQ, just because they have different volume amounts, but same idea. And then volume profiles on each. Execution chart, the volume chart's got my DOM, so I can see where absorption and lack of it are, as well as my standard deviations from VWAP. That's these blue lines, and then VWAP obviously in the middle. Yeah, that's about it. Pretty clean and simple. What up, Javis? Yeah, back to the Wordle. Since the market is I mean, ES is pinned at VWAP. I'm not touching that. NQ tried to move away from VWAP. These big sellers showing up at the highs here are kind of interesting. I don't really know if I want to short that, solely because we're not outside of the standard deviation yet. Keep it up though. Let's do one of these. Keep this to this side so we can still see stream. Throw this guy up here. Nice. All right. Goated starting strat is Envoy. Apparently not. Chat, I'm gonna be honest, I suck at these, so I'm gonna need help. Don't spoil it, but help is appreciated for sure. It's got an O in it. What else do we know has an O? Tough scene. Tough scene. Nah, it can't be total. Tough. Whoa. Okay, we're making progress. Yes, Michael, 1 second. Tough, 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 tough. TOU and none of them are in that order. Dude. I'm gonna come back to that 1 second. Mike, I can, and you can also do it for yourself. I just want to show you where this is, that's all. If you go to Google, whatever you want to use, type in tbm.gg. We have this handy dandy, very nicely made, definitely not vibe coded website that gives you the whole rundown on the accounts. Spout, oh, we're definitely going to run Spout in a second. And then prop firm breakdown gives you a quick kind of heads up on what to expect from each one. So 30% consistency. I mean, 30% is just going to mean don't make more than 30% of your total profit in one day. That's all. All the consistency rules ever are is just don't make more than your total amount of profit of that amount. So like if your total profit goal is $1,000 and it's 30% consistency, don't make more than $300 per day. And if you make more, that's fine. You just have to make more down the line as well. Like if you're, I don't know, let's say you make 500 and your goal is 1,000. Now your goal becomes what, 1,500, because your largest day can't be more than 30%. Spout. I think that's pretty much across every firm. Maybe not that amount, but it works the same on every firm. Dude, Spout was a great guess. What? Stout? Sure, let's try Stout. Bang. Okay, GG's chat. Very nice. Call that a teamwork, team effort. Yeah, we're just back at VWAP. Awesome. ES is fully chopping back and forth. I think 405 on NQ could be interesting. The slight low volume node here. That's where we were talking earlier. I know, thanks, Ryan. I know I pointed this out earlier and Danny had something to say about it. Danny's not here right now, but this neutral area where you have big deltas on either side, and then buyers and sellers are kind of finding equilibrium here at 405 to 400. Left behind an LVN, low volume node, just means that there's not as much volume transacted there. Does look interesting. If we get down to 405, I might partake in the long. Blasky, I am not up. Not up. Was trading the Lucid eval, Lucid Pro 25K, down like 110 on that on 3 trades, 1 micro. Went to switch over to the Tradeify account, same deal, 25K eval, and it's a select. And then Rhythmic like kicked me out. It must have gone down either when I was switching or if you had a stable connection to Rhythmic. Yeah. If you had a stable connection to Rhythmic, it was fine. Like the way I had one was connected. But as soon as I logged out and tried to log back in, it just wouldn't let me back in. And I can see people are still having that same problem. So I am currently on using my personal account's data through CQG and AMP, but I'm trading a SIM account specifically just because I don't have the margin or the drawdown in the personal right now to trade it, solely because I just use it as a data source, like literally for this reason. Whenever prop connections go down, I still want to have data. Don't necessarily want to trade the personal, but I want to have the data there so I can see what's going on. Would have had a top tick short, by the way, if I'd held the whole thing. Up from like 535. So the SIM is up 500, but it's SIM, so it doesn't really matter. It's more so just to have something to trade if I see something worth taking. All right, chat. Officially been live for 4 hours. A round of applause for yourselves. Thanks for hanging out. Now let's get 405. For anyone that's new or just joining, welcome to the stream. Say what's up. Thanks, D2Fly. Appreciate you being here. Say what's up, hang out, hit the like button if you're feeling so inclined. Have a good night, Mantis. Thank you. I'm going to try to drop another one this week. Life's definitely going to be busy with, work and then streaming. Very excited to be doing it, but it's going to be busy. Thanks, man. Thanks for being here. But I will try to get another one out this week. Something more chill, too, because that was a 3-part series, like the opener, headliner set, and then I want to come up with like an after set. Should be a lot more chill, like a 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. kind of vibe. Thanks, Lambra. Peace, boys. Have a good one. Yo, Lambra, you got the crown, by the way, for the chat. Let's go. All right, we might get 405 here soon. At some point, hypothetically, maybe. Be pretty cool. Pin net VWAP. Same thing with ES. ES traded point of control at least. ES's range is so tight now though, it's not worth touching at this point. Unless you got short this absorption at the highs, which did look nice. Honestly, I think ES was a lot cleaner tonight than NQ. Not to say I definitely didn't fumble some NQ trades. 100% did, although at least I took one good one. Like this VWAP short on NQ early on, was debating it, didn't really want to take it just because of the risk of where it was, but probably the best trade of the night actually. Yeah, I think ES definitely had some cleaner price action, cleaner, easier to read. Let's say that. I feel like the lows were a lot more defined in terms of like that's where we expect the low. Any reason not to use lower tick data for a more accurate volume profile? Are you saying like the compression of it? Definitely can. I've got it on 2, so like not too much more room to go down, honestly. That's a 1. 100% can. The reason I have it set to 2 is that on the... kind of updated it funky. On the higher time frames, so it'll change your HVNs as well, because that shows your compression is how close together they are, like how much information is getting aggregated into the same kind of row. So when you have more rows, you're going to open up more of these HVNs. I care a lot more about the significant ones. That being said, it's playing out. So, you know, maybe I should care for the less significant ones. Maybe. That, I think, is more of a preference thing, for being honest. I'm just so used to having it at 2, or having it at a higher compression, that I like to keep it there. Same thing for NQ. I've got NQ set to a 2-point compression. Realistically, could be even higher. Like, I think you could get away with 3 points, and that's totally valid as well. But that is just kind of where I'm used to keeping it. I hope that kind of answered the question though, 2 taps. Market not moving? Yeah, dude, CPI print. That's it's gonna be during Jamie's stream. Make sure to tune into that. I hope Jamie knows about it. I think he pulls up Financial Juice every morning though. He should. Two taps, even on the higher time frame, like even on a 30-minute where I'm capturing a whole day's worth of volume. Let me go back down to the 1 real quick so you can see. Like, compare that to yours. I mean, part of it could just be like a graphics display thing with how MotiveWave displays it. But that's what my 1 looks like for an entire day's worth of price action and volume. You know what, while it's moving slow, because we're still pinned, right? Let me change that back, actually. Update. All right, while we are kind of just stuck in no man's land, I don't really want to trade around here until we get 405, in which case maybe. Yeah, that could be it. I don't know. Let me go big face real quick. And I'm going to try Rhythmic again. This will be the last time I try it tonight. If it's not working now, it's whatever. Just hope it works tomorrow. But I do want to try it one more time. Also, how's the sound on the music? Just as a quick check. I can hear the music clear on my end. I don't know how well it's coming through on the stream. Let me know. Nah, Rhythmic's definitely still busted. It's unfortunate. Okay, what music can I answer is the question. All right, we're back on CKG data. Rhythmic's not gonna work tonight. I don't know, I pumped it up a little bit there. It's at like 16 decibels. If it's too loud, let me know. If it's too quiet, let me know. If you hate music, let me know. You hear it now, cool. So, Shrew, where's your volume at? Like if I'm coming through clear in terms of speaking, but you can't hear anything, that's one thing. Music is very quiet. Yeah, see, that's what I was worried about. My mic side looks fine. I mean, everything's peaking correctly. So other than I don't know, I hate to say it, but like turn the volume up, I guess. Everything on my mic looks great. It's like all where it should be. Okay, I'm gonna pump the music to -10, see if that makes a difference. Right now there's kind of a lull, but you should hear it at some point. It is coming through, it's active. Can confirm that. What's up, Dev? Dev, welcome to the program. This is going to be the new normal on the channel for the time being, for the foreseeable future. I'm going to be streaming Globex Open up until 10 p.m. Central Time. Yeah, Matt got a haircut. And then we're going to have a lull for a little bit so far during like kind of Korea session. TBD on that. Jamie, Mr. Jamie is going to pick it up for London session. That's going to be 5 a.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern. And then Jamie's going to hand off to Matt. Matt's going to hand off to Liam. Liam's going to hand off to Danny. And then I will see you in 24 hours. That is going to be the rotation for now. Goal is to just bring it to 23 hours, man. Like give people a place to go, a place to hang out, especially for people trading late like this. Like there was a guy in here earlier, don't know if he's still here, that was he's saying this is like the only time he can trade. Exactly for those kind of people, man. Like just targeting a new audience, people that are, you know, not able to trade during RTH. Come here and hang out, tune in. Try to just have like a chill trading session, nothing crazy. We are going to be doing giveaways down the line for sure. I just don't have them right now, but that will be happening. I think, like pretty sure. Relatively certain on that. Stand by. Try to find the answer to that one. Okay, yeah, so not today, but hopefully soon we should have giveaways going on. This is my regular trading time. I mean, I work during the day, so I don't really have the ability to trade during the day, unfortunately. So tap in during Globex, I guess. Is this your main trading session? Yes, sir. No way. Don't lie to me. Let's back up. All right, chat, we're going big face. We're so back. We are so back. And it connected fast this time, too. Usually it takes a second to load. This was snappy. Okay, wait. So for anyone not watching, this is the update. Down 109 realized. It's really like 112 with commissions. That was on 3 MNQ trades, which should show. Yeah, I guess maybe it was a backend update. I don't know. It didn't seem like an update. It kind of just like went down, but who knows? What just happened? There we go. These are some of the trades I took earlier. Motive Waves, like the way they organize this kind of sucks, but took a long here, took a stop here. Same idea, long here, stop here. Took a short here, took a stop here. Short played out, as it does. And then it got booted from Rhythmic. We're now hanging around VWAP. So I'm gonna go big face one more time, just because I want to switch over to the Tradeify account. So Tradeify eval is untouched. Give me 1 second. Snappy. Sorry, chat. I'm just waiting on one more thing to load. Sick. We are so back. Just gonna minimize this now. All right, we're back. So this is the Tradeify account for those that missed it. Same deal, NQ, cross trading to MNQ. Just need to add the big trades back because I didn't have that on this study, this workspace. Very cool. Crank this down a little bit. And we should be good. Okay, I'm still looking for 405. I still think that's pretty interesting. still think 405 could be pretty cool. Just need to get there first. 420 is definitely an area you expect to see a bounce on. This is a good tail that I was talking about, kind of starting to form out here. 430 to 420. Honestly, you might be looking at a trade there. To get filled on that limit ahead of that, I would take it. Let's stop like somewhere down here. Okay, we are filled long on that. I really would like to see back to point of control for the trade. I think that makes total sense. So this will be the first trade on the Tradeify eval. I still do think it trades 400. I'm just looking for it to not trade that much lower than 400. That's all. Dev, my name is Jaws. J-O-Z. I think it's on, you're right, we might need to update that. It's in the thumbnail for sure. Might need to go through and update descriptions. That's a good shout. We'll be making a note of that. I've got so much stuff open on my other screen. All right, 405 is going to trade. Ideally not looking to see anything much lower than that. Like 400 to 390 is acceptable. I think my stop's in a good place. Where's value area low? Low of day. That's less than ideal, I will say that. Don't love that. Should have held the top tick short. What up, Dev? I'm in a trade right now. Volume profile, using delta to find spots where I think buyers or sellers are likely to defend. It's kind of it. View app extensions are there for when the market is overextended one way or another. So like, great example is up here at the 530s to 520s, tried to trade outside the standard deviation and then failed back in. I think that's probably what we're going to end up seeing. If my stop gets hit, I really doubt we stop at my stop. I think there's a pretty good chance we go all the way through and find like 330, 320, new low of day. So that's why my stop is where it is. But yeah, looking at those for some overextension stuff, I had the short from here. Again, coulda, woulda, shoulda held. Do you see some buyers step up? Yeah, would be ideal. Might be a while before that happens. I mean, when you're this close to view app, sorry, I'm a little far from the mic. When you're this close to view app, like you just gotta expect chop. just straight sideways, which is what the trade is banking on, is that we're going to kind of hang around VWAP for a while. That's why I'm long looking to revert back into VWAP. But you just have to be ready, like mentally, to kind of sit there through some drawdown, through some chop. Looking dicey. Is looking like it is Jover. Unless buyers just like Omega pump. But absorption at the highs was nice. The more I'm looking at it, the more I wish I held that short from the highs, but I also am fine with where I took it off. Mitch, you saying double bottom down to like low of day, like 330, 320s? Because yeah, I think if my stop gets hit, that is a very quick trade from like 72 down into new low of day. Do I use footprint? Not really. I never found that much value out of it. There's a lot of information there, and I know of several traders that use it well. I just never found it to be useful for me, especially if you trade NQ. Like, it's very much, I can see how it's helpful in like thicker markets like ES, or if you trade like treasuries. On a super thin market like NQ, you are just not going to have the same benefit out of it because prices are so spread out. Unless you do something similar to like where you compress a lot, like the way my DOM is compressed into 5-point increments. Like if I was to undo this into singles, which I can do right after this stops out, or I just do right now. Ticks per row, let's go to 1, just for fun. Like, see how thin this is. Ton on -1s, -2s, 3s. It's just super, super small. All right, that's gonna be a stop out. That's just how trading goes sometimes. Sometimes you take stops, nothing but stops on the accounts that matter, and then as soon as you switch to sim, you hit a 50-pointer. It do be like that sometimes, as we found out. Keep mapping big trades. Yeah, for sure. Volume per second and imbalances. Volume per second is interesting. Imbalances, there's a few ways to get around that. Volume per second is interesting. Like pace of play, kind of speed of tape, that's all. I'm interested in that stuff, at least. I think that's an interesting way to gauge the market, is like not just the price that's there or the volume that's happening, but like the speed of it, the velocity, if you want to call it that, I think is an interesting concept. It's kind of what we were messing around with earlier with that like speed of tape study, but that didn't, I definitely didn't have the settings on that correct because it just looked funky. 3, 2, 1. Oh. To the tick. Absorption and initiation. It wants to slam through those 70s. I can feel it. I really hope it's like a quick, if it stops out, it's a quick band-aid rip. Just hit my stop and then like flush a new low of day immediately. It'd be kind of ideal. I don't want to jinx it, but I can't believe I'm still in this trade. That would be quite the comeback. I'm not banking on it. Kind of mentally already stopped out, but that would be quite the comeback. How close did we get? Yeah, that's one tick. That's got to be one tick. The low was 73. Is 2 ticks. Sorry, it was 2 ticks. 2 ticks in a dream. So 405 entry would have been a lot better. It would have saved me 14 points. Some buyers starting to step up. Emphasis on some. $470 is definitely quite the target. Chat, are you telling me there's a chance? Are you telling me there's a chance? W stop placement? We'll see, we'll see. We're still in drawdown. I'm still in drawdown. Be hilarious if this works though. That'd be all time. I do like the idea of ranging view out. Even if this stops out, we've been pretty sideways all night. And with CPI tomorrow, as long as like nothing outrageous happens tonight, I think the idea of just going sideways continually is a pretty solid idea. Got 90 points on the last wave down. Sick, dude. Were you short from what, like 480? 470, yes. Nice, dude. Good entry. Oh, it's over. They want it. The market makers know that my evaluation stop is there. They can taste it. Yellow sidebar. Short 406. What yellow sidebar are you talking about? Five limb. Oh, what if like the orange, this thing? This guy? Yeah, that's point of control. So that is where the price that has the most volume traded so far in the session. I have mine compressed a little bit, so it's not like I have it on a 2-point compression, so it's somewhere between 94 and 96, one of those two. But that is point of control. Yeah, Shraf, thank you. Oh yeah, got the Tradeify rhythmic to work. All right, there's the stop. It was unlikely. We all knew that. It's extremely unlikely to work out. 93 down, that's almost 50 points down on that trade. I still think it makes sense. I think ranging VWAP is what we're doing tonight. As you can tell, kind of just getting sucked back to the same prices over and over. Thanks for hanging out, Aaron. Have a good night. Is 2 standard deviation almost always a trade for you if the bands are flat? Yeah, if the bands are flat, like 100%, it should be a trade. I'm definitely a little gun shy right now. Like there's definitely some trades in here I could have, would have, should have taken. And on ES especially, there's some more obvious trades. So I might make the executive decision to switch for ES for tomorrow and just pay attention to that, see how that moves. But yes, if they're flat, like that's the ideal time to be taking mean reversion trades because it means VWAP is flat, right? The standard deviations are just a measure of the expansion of volatility away from VWAP. So if you've got flat bands going sideways, odds are market is super balanced and we're just going to kind of rotate sideways throughout that whole thing. Bands are relatively flat right now as well. So if in the next 24 minutes that the stream's on, we hit this band, I'm not opposed to taking the trade. If we don't, I think that's probably going to be it for me tonight trades-wise. But we'll see. I mean, again, if it hits it, I am not opposed to taking it. 2 taps. The opportunity came through Discord, which if you're not in the Discord, the link is in the bio, I believe. Let's just double check, but free Discord, awesome place to hang out. I've been there for quite literally years. Yep, in the bio, free trading chat. I've been there for quite literally years. I think it's probably one of the better Discords out there, just period in general. I had some pretty incredible opportunities come through from there, and this is one of them. So I 10 out of 10 recommend joining the Discord. First 30 points with full size and then more 1-to-1. Yeah, you scaled out though. It's still a solid trade, 100%. Have a good night, two taps. Dev, so these are two evals. The goal of this, I think the title is like, can these accounts get funded or something? The goal, yeah, can this account get funded? The goal is going to be to take these from eval to funded and then funded to pay out all on stream. So I'm showing every trade, just doing it on stream. As of right now, I'm going to be rotating between the Lucid eval and the Tradeify eval. Probably like half and half for the night, kind of like today. I mean, fingers crossed Rhythmic works, you know. That's out of my control, but that'll be the plan. And then just go from there. Yeah, I mean, stop is the stop. My target would have been 470. That definitely seems a bit aggressive. But that's also like a very NQ style trade. Put in a bottom, sweep it out, and then pump out of it. Let me pull up the Microsoft Paint here real quick, because I don't know how else to describe this other than to draw it, honestly. Let's go. You've got a range like this, bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. You see this so much where this is the obvious spot to get long. Let's say the market looks like this, so everyone's looking to get long here. God, we're pumping, huh? See a stop out here, break this neckline, if that's what you want to call it. I know there's a ton of different names for that. Stop out everyone here, and then just straight line up. And when I say straight line, I mean straight line. Like, there is no hesitation down here. It's fully just, I'll call it a liquidity grab. It's fully just a liquidity grab and then continuation up. That is like the most classic NQ trade of all time. There is a very smart person in the Discord that was just mentioned. His name's Gary. One of the best pieces of advice he ever gave me, and you know, I should follow it more, case in point, is that you don't want to enter where you think your entry really should be. You want to enter where you think your stop should be. So like, let's say you're getting long here. Let's say you're long around these lows. You see this pump from buyers. You want to get long here with a stop below this. Really, your entry should be here on the wick. Have like an open-ended 20, 30 point stop, whatever is reasonable based on volatility, and then look for the trade back up. Rockin', my name's Jaws. I sent a message. I was asking about putting names in like the descriptions or something. That way people know who they're talking to, but my name's Jaws. Thanks for tuning in, man. Did find VWAP off that. Question is, does it go find 470? That would have been my full target. Does kind of look like it's just pumping though. Dev, still no payout. I mean, it's tough, dude. Trading's tough. The best advice I can give personally is, especially if you find yourself blowing accounts, size down. Like there's you see a lot of people slinging some pretty big size, seeing some pretty big numbers. But if you're still just learning, and I'm right there with you, right? Like I'm trading 1 micro on these. Down the line, I'll probably trade up to 2, but realistically, gonna just be kind of aiming for 1 to 2 starting. Just trade small. Like you can't learn how to trade and how to keep an account alive if you aren't trading a reasonable size. And if you can't keep an account alive, then you're never going to learn. Because you don't have an account to trade. Can't trade what's not there, right? Sorry to hear that, Dora. Dora, can I ask, was it on the downside wick from the Trump tweet? I saw more than a few people that got wrecked by that today. More than a few. Gotcha. Yeah, that was a dirty candle for sure. Rockin', I'm gonna be here at Globex Open every day. So Sunday through Thursday, Globex opens. So 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, up till 11. 11 Eastern, 10 p.m. Central. The plan is going to be to have like a continuing rotation, 23 hours. As of right now, still waiting to fill the slot for like the Korea time. But down the line, ideal scenario is going to be I open it up, hand it off to Korea, and for anyone that's watching right now that has heard me say this 13 times, I'm sorry in advance. But hand it to Korea. Korea hands off to Jamie. He's from Europe. He's from the UK. He's going to be handling London session, most of it. And then Jamie hands off to Matt. Matt's going to hand off after his usual time to Liam. Liam's going to be streaming kind of like the morning power hour right after open when Matt's done. And then Liam's going to hand off to actual power hour to Danny Dimes, the man, the myth, the legend. And then Danny's going to close it out. And then I will see you in 24 hours, give or take, roughly. And we're back at VWAP. Okay, awesome. And for anyone new here, just, I mean, as we're kind of signing off 15 minutes ago, 1, hit the like button. Appreciate it. Thank you. 2, free Discord linked and bound down below. Dude, I've been talking for like 5 hours. I'm starting to lose sense of words. Free Discord down below. Highly recommend you join. Pretty cool place to hang out. tbm.gg for any links. If you have questions on prop firms, kind of like an FAQ, pull it up again real quick. And then if you want to get started with any prop firms, code TBM is a good place to start. But tbm.gg. Throw this guy up. Boom. Gives you what's going on at each prop. Gives you a bit of a breakdown. Why prop firms, your steps. And then if you go to the next tab, prop firm breakdown, just like a quick, dirty FAQ on each prop. Why you should use it, whether it's better for you, whether another one's better, that sort of stuff. So pretty handy. Damn, shots paired. It's a stray. I get it though, dude, I get it. That was a dirty stop. I needed what? 7 more points? Liam, we're feeling it, dude. We are feeling it. I don't know when you were here, but to chat, I was just going through the rundown. This is Liam. He's going to be streaming right after Matt in the morning, so make sure you tune into that. And then as far as the trade I just took, if my chart would show my trades. Liam, look at this. Got long right here at 419. Stopped out this low at 72 right here, and then immediate pump. That is the classic setup. But yeah, long story short, we're feeling it for sure. Mitch, I'm gonna be going for like 12 more minutes. My like kind of scheduled end time is 10:59. It's called there, somewhere around that. Standing, eating pasta salad, and chugging water is the only way through. You're right. You're absolutely right. I need more water for sure. I have like a slight headache. Yeah, it's on me. I mean, original entry I wanted was 405, and then I moved my entry up a little bit just to make sure I got filled. And that I got long 419. That 14 points would have held me in the trade. That being said, I'd still be in the trade. I was looking for 470. Good hanging out, Mitch. Have a good night. We are moving and grooving. Have a good night, Dev. Good to see you. Let's shut down Discord for now. I got so much stuff going on this other monitor. Not used to that. Dude, just pin to view app straight sideways. All in all, there's definitely some good trades to be had here. A bit of a skill issue on my part, I think. I definitely think ES had the cleaner trades too, to be totally honest. What up, Will? Will, Matt got a haircut. Don't worry about it. This one doesn't have a secondary analysis. Okay. Will, my name is Jaws. I am going to be streaming Globex on Matt's channel. Welcome to the party. Liam, what do you have ATR on? Is it a minute? 5 minutes? 40 seems kind of high. Like, what's your period for look back? Thanks, dude. Thanks for hanging out. 14 on the 5. I mean, while we're watching paint dry a view app, let's experiment. $29,455, looking for the bottom. Did bang an entry. Hope you get it. Okay, so just basic. Just standard. What do you want to call it? New graph, sure. Add. Yeah, you're right. Right around 40. You're right. Got up to 65 up here. And then kind of collapsed. Roger, I don't know if that's like a question about vampires, but the account is red, yes. Kind of a wild way to ask that, though. Omega view app chop. Yeah, you're gonna get that a lot. I don't know if you saw that message I sent, like asking for like a title or description thing. Might help a little bit. But yeah, good luck. Be curious to see how that goes. I'm gonna go over under. I'm gonna say over 30 times you get it. Don't know how you're gonna keep track of that, but I'm going over 30. I'm out of water. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. What up, Hayden? You're still here? Yeah, dude, I've been standing. So I sit at work a lot. Like most of the day I sit. So I got a standing desk as like preparation for all this because I've been wanting a standing desk for the longest time. And yeah, I just wanted to give it a go standing the whole time. It's definitely a while to stand. Don't get me wrong. Like I feel it. I'm tired for sure. 5 hours of standing doesn't sound like a lot, but like when you're just standing in the same place, you feel it. But yes, I have been. Thanks for hanging out though, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, satire. No, no, this is a personal choice. Oh, I hit back today at the gym. I can already feel it's so sore. What up, Silver? Silver, the update is rhythmic. We got it to work, and then I took like a 50-point loser. So, doing good. What up, Hut? Big Conor McGregor fan or what? Tough fight. Let's finish the rest of this while I'm here. Definitely not 50 on prop data. Sure, looks good. What up, Mike? Welcome back. Where are my big trades at? There we go. Yeah, absorption on ES is so much cleaner. Oh, I think this is the low I was talking about getting revisited though. Because we left behind this ledge like that. Dude, I get it. You're gonna have a couple new mats. Sure, dude. Sender. That Rocky reference earlier today too was a deep cut. I hope Rocky's doing okay. I have no idea what the status is. Yeah, it's just some nice absorption at the lows. And then this retest of it, pretty clean too. Did that sweep? It did, by one tick. So ES pulled the NQ special. But got a pretty solid bid out of it. All right, tomorrow chat, probably just gonna look at ES, give it a shot. I do remember I Don't Talk. That dude made like 90K in a top step eval and then had to make like another 90K. I remember that. I think he did it too. Outrageous. Yeah, Liam, it's legit. It's crazy. If you might be able to search his name in like trading chat in Discord. It might come up. I don't know because I don't think he's in the Discord anymore. How do you say that name? RM Reminithus? Mr. 6879. I am currently, this is the Tradeify account. So I've got a Tradeify 25k select eval, and then the other account that I'll be rotating between is a Lucid Pro 25k eval. So both just 25ks, similar options, and I'm just going to be moving between them from the firm. Goal is going to be on stream, get the account funded from eval, and then get the account to pay out. And do it all on stream. Pretty cool. This has been quite the slap. Thoughts? I mean, they play a factor for sure. Like, no doubt. I mean, like, the thing up in the air right now is, oh, it's 11. I'm going to get going in a second too. But last thing that, like, it's always a factor. I think that's just, you got to use stops. Like, that's just like the #1 reason to use stops is like the Trump tweet earlier today. Like, people got wiped on that if you didn't have a stop. Even with stops, people got slipped like crazy. But at least it limited the damage. If you don't have a stop on that, like, you could blow your account in one move. It's crazy. All right, anyways, that's it from me. I am tired. Yeah, Liam, it's time for bed. I also want to catch Jamie at 6 a.m. my time. That'll be pretty funny. Thank you everyone for hanging out. First stream. Been pretty cool, I think. I enjoyed. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Make sure to hit the like button on the way out. Appreciate it. Like 91 people watching now. Thank you so much for tuning into the first stream. I'll be back same time tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central Globex open. Probably gonna look at some ES tomorrow instead of NQ. Maybe we'll rotate back and forth, who knows. And yeah, that's all I got. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Have a good night.